a lot. Hey everyone, what's up? Oh my, 6 people, 6 weirdos stalking me. Hey Mimi, so Charles is number 1. Hi Charles. And we got Mimi. Hi Mimi. Can you guys give me the old thumbs up? 3 thumbs if it sounds awesome. Three thumbs if it sounds amazing. And I'll give if there's any people that are going to come. Awesome. Wow, Mimi, look at you. It's just me and you, Mimi. I think Charles left us. So, how's everyone today? I'm just going to go through and share my screen now. And here we go. Sharing the screen. Kaboom. And now put it up on the stage. Ooh, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. And put my name here. Oh my God. I'm getting good at this, kids. I'm getting good. And what I'll also do is I'll put the link for this document I'm going to be reading, the full 1,200 pages if you guys want to follow along on another device, which is what I have multiple monitors. So here you go. And now I will also find what page I'm supposed to be reading from because we left off at an interesting spot. So again, there's only 7 people here, so we're not in a huge hurry. So I'm going to find where we were. It's in my notes. So, oh my gosh, fishy. 94 what? 94 what? Page? Oh, the page. Yes. It was something like that. I have it in my notes here. Also, there was another person that was live, and I've been planning this all day. I was just, screwing up making the thumbnail, and it kept, oh my God, I spent like a half an hour on this thumbnail. And right before I went to save it, like just not my computer, but just the photo thing froze right up. And I had to start fresh. So it was crazy. But I had planned this all day. So I hate to think that if Peggy's still alive or not. I'm sorry, Peggy. I didn't mean to encroach, but I was kind of planning this. So, stream to do. Oh my God, I didn't write it down. What? Aha, page 1094. So that's why it said the 94 there. So I'm going to go with my keyboard. That'll be a lot faster. 1094. Boom. Okay. Plus, it's a little weird. Oh, hey, Nature Love 82. Glad to see you. How's it going? So we got Fishy, Mimi, and Nature Love. That's good, Fishy. You're good. I'm good too, everyone. Mimi is TFLWD. That's her real name. That's what we call her, Mimi. So when you hear Mimi, that's TFLWD. And her, Peggy keeps saying I could switch it so I get the usernames and not handles. But I think that I couldn't find any setting for that. I believe YouTube is doing this. So, I mean, because I still see the handles, which is kind of weird. Because I know Nature Love as Let It Be 21 also, right? That's your username usually, but YouTube is showing handles. So that's why if you guys next time if you ever have to make an account, that's why I have the 2 underscores in my name, because I kept just playing around with underscores until I got both my names the same, you know, both in, like I wanted Sweet Dude Shibby, but I couldn't get it on one of them. So I had to start adding underscores and playing around, you know, or add a numbers or some anything just to get it. So when this happens, I didn't know this was going to happen 2-3 years ago when I did that, but luckily I did, because when this first happened last year, and it really in Prof's chat, and it really caught everyone off guard, you know. So I'm in there, and my username and handle were exactly the same. So that even confused people more once we figured out that YouTube had changed it. So, Fishy, you have a bad memory? What are you, goldfishy? Little goldfishy. So I got 3 faithful people, and this is going to be enough for me. So I was on page 1094, which also was page 94. Yeah, it says page 94. Page 13. So this is the mystery deposition of the what did you call him again, Fishy? Undercover agent guy. And another thing, I think somebody was mistaken, because he said he'd been with the police for 37 years, right? Did he not say that? And then when I was also reading some stuff, he also says that he graduated in 1995 from high school or something, like high school. I'm almost positive. Secret agent, man. Yeah. Ooh, I wish I could play songs. You know what? If I keep doing this, I will pay for the upgraded version of StreamYard, because you can do so much more cool stuff, like even put the chat overlays and all that. And this free version is kind of limited, I think. But anyways, so yeah, the guy says he graduated high school in 1995 or something. So if you think about it, how could he work there 37 years? And it's, you know, if he says 1995 or 96, it's year 25, so it would be 30 years. So 7 years before, when he was in grade 5 and 6, was he working as a undercover secret agent? Man, I doubt it. Ooh, nature love. I hope one day you get to reveal yourself. I won't bother you or put you on the spot. But I you know, when I read your comments, like you know a lot of stuff. You're right in there, and I'm sure when this is all over, you're gonna reveal yourself to me. Carol, hey, hi, Carol. Sorry I missed you, Carol, my love. I'm not under your bed now, Carol. I'm in your closet. I'm peeking through the little blinds of your closet. Cool. All right, so let me find where I was, and so I will start reading. Do you guys want me to read, or do you want to talk more? What, to my voice? What the heck? What the heck is this guy saying? This crazy Canadian guy, way up here in Toronto, where it's freaking cold tonight. It's actually 0 degrees, I think. Yeah, let me check the weather. Oh. That's I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just a joke with Carol. Like, it's just like an inside joke. Yes. Carol keeps me under her bed. When I'm there, I hide under her bed and I listen to her sleep, and I protect her, and I tickle her feet every now and then and stuff. She loves it. And if your daughter thought that was creepy fishy, there's Heather. When I'm at Heather's, Heather keeps me handcuffed in her crawl space, and like it's it's like 2 feet high, 3 feet high in the basement. It's like a little crawl space area. She keeps me handcuffed in there and feeds me table scraps of food, and when she cuts the crust off her PBs and J sandwiches, I get the crust. And when I'm at Heather's, the good thing about Heather's is every 3 days she lets me go outside into the backyard, and she gives me a shower with the garden hose. So that's always fun. So if your daughter thought the bed was creepy, that's a little more creepy, right? Of course, I'm kidding again. Yes, definitely walk away from children when I'm on. I mean, it's just some harmless joking fun, but I guess depending on their age, you don't want to expose them to too much funny stuff. Anyways, okay, so do you guys remember where we left off exactly? It was definitely right around here. Let's see, did he talk to you about the testimony or the statements of the questions? He indicated that he didn't know, so we didn't pursue that. He said he asked about Odinism in a little bit. You know what? I will just start reading. And feel free to retract all your messages in chat. Like creepers yourself. Carol does that all the time, intentionally. Like, look at Carol. She says something and then retracts her messages. Now Big Fishy's doing the same. Okay. I shall start reading. He said that he was asked about Odinism and a little bit about the figure. Oh, maybe I should give you a quick thing. So if you guys missed this yesterday, this is, so I'm sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained, but so I'll read here. But this is the undercover agent that, geez, which one was it? I don't think we even know what he did, do we? Shit. Fishy, what was this undercover? What did he do again? We read this just yesterday. You'd think I'd remember. Damn it. What I do know is, see, he's redacted. His name is redacted. So we've been trying to figure him out and what he was doing. So this is Brad Rosie, because he likes to pronounce it as Rosie. And I know that's a fact because I heard him say that on the news one time when he was at the courthouse. He specifically said Rosie, because I always thought it was Rozzi or Razzi, like Italian, but he corrected everyone on the news himself and said Rosie, like a rose. So anyways, I'll get onto it. So they swear this guy in. It's Rosie asking questions to a blank undercover agent you've been employed with the state police for 37 years. You know what? Maybe I just start from the beginning because there's some new names. I'll just do that because I could probably give you this, read it faster than giving you a synopsis anyways. So Rosie's talking to an undercover agent of 37 years. Okay, we are on the record, state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. Present are myself, defense attorney Baldwin, prosecutor McClelland, and otherwise known as blank. That's correct, sir. Okay, blank. If I could call you that, please do. All right. Have you ever taken a deposition before? I have. And just a couple of things, just reminders. If nothing else, firsthand, foremost, just try to answer audibly yes, no, instead of uh-huhs and uh-huhs. That would be helpful. And if I have to redirect you, don't take that offensively, okay? Not at all, sir. All right. Second, there is water. You have one there. And there's a restroom right behind us. If you need to stop for any reason, if you have any other questions, just feel free to speak freely, okay? Thank you. Oh, also, I won't be reading the answer and question, so I hope you guys can see the screen. Because I asked yesterday and everyone said it wasn't necessary to read answer, question. So if it sounds like a question, it's Rozzy. If it sounds like an answer, it's this guy. My name is blank. And where do you work? With the Indiana State Police. How many years have you been employed with the State Police? 37. And in what capacity are you currently employed? My current rank is Master Trooper Detective. My day-to-day assignment is as a Field Intelligence Officer. Oh, what's that mean? It means that I'm responsible for gathering, cultivating, and signing up new informants, confidential human sources. I also am a liaison officer that works with individual and smaller agencies that may not have the technical capabilities that our department has. So I help them in their interface with the Fusion Center to be able to give them some more technical expertise and get them in touch with some experts in an individual field in order to hopefully use technology or other connections to advance their cases. Okay, so let's start with the first one, just so I understand this. When you say informants, are you mostly talking about things involving the drug trade? Not necessarily. Okay, so you work with informants of all types. Yes, sir. Oh, hi, Criminal Network, CN, how are you? Welcome. Give me some other examples just so I have some context. Patriot groups that might be outside the realm of legal activities, biker gangs, things like that. There has to be criminal nexus of some type before we can gather intelligence on an individual or group. But we don't just stick to drug enforcement as is, would be the traditional thought. Okay, so then the second bucket that you referenced, so to speak, was that you basically deal with technology to the extent that you are trying to marry what's going on in the investigations with people in your offices that are handling computers and things of that nature so that these things are efficient and done right. That's a good way to put it, yes, especially with smaller departments who don't always have those. Those types of experiences are assets. Okay, so just tell me if you could. Maybe this is a broad question, but in terms of the hierarchy of your circumstances, the hierarchy of command in the state police, where are you on that whole just as master trooper? Oh, sorry, I lost my spot. Where did I? Duh. Oh, okay. Do you have any specific areas of expertise other than working with informants and handling or kind of dealing with this technical side that we just talked about? My specialties for years, I was the lead instructor of the Law Enforcement Academy for Indiana State Police recruits on the defensive tactics or the hand-to-hand techniques. So this guy's a combat guy too. And this guy's like a Green Beret type of Indiana State Police. All right. Anything else? That's it. Do you engage in any, I'll say, annual or routine training with regard to anything else other than those three things? Absolutely. What? What are the kind of what kind of high point? What are the kind of the high points? The what? What are kind of the high points? 1 second. I'll get that right. Wait, because that's a question, so I gotta go up. Watch. What? What are kind of the high points? That sounded weird. We have a yearly refresher that deals with both current case law, changes in the law that may have happened, new statutes that have come out. Indiana statute requires us to have 24 hours of training for law enforcement. Typically on a given year, I'll have anywhere from 36 to 48 hours in everything from search and seizure to, again, the new laws that have come out. Okay, so it's just kind of basic police training that everybody gets? Yes. Refresher courses? Yes, sir. All right. What did you do in preparation for this deposition? I looked through my emails to see what I had emailed other department members with. I talked to Detective Roland Purdy and Detective Holman, and with respect, we'll take these one at a time. With respect to the emails, you don't have any documents with you today. What did you find? I found that back in, I believe it was February of 2022, was my last email to Roland. My email doesn't go back any further than that I could research. But it was an email that I had sent to him and asked him a question back and forth about this case. Hey, Sean. Hi, Sean the Brit. How's it going, buddy? Welcome. Look at all these cool people piling in here. Okay, so let's just, for the sake of discussions today, let's just assume I haven't seen any materials generated by you. So I might ask you a few questions about that. Okay? Yes, sir. Is that an email that's pretty easy to dig up and get to Mr. McClelland so that he can get it to me? It certainly would be. Is that the only email that you found with regard to your involvement in this particular case is the one? I think there's one follow-up email, but it's on the same string. Okay. So basically you found essentially two emails or one email in two parts. And that's the entirety of the emails that you would have generated in this investigation. Those are all that I could find. I don't recall any prior to that. Okay. And the only person that you communicated with by email regarding this investigation was Officer Purdy. Officer Purdy. I believe so. That's the only one that I have record of. I don't believe I ever communicated with Detective Holman by email, sir. Okay. And you also said that you spoke with Officer Purdy. When did you speak with Officer Purdy? I've spoken with him several times. Well, regarding this deposition, yesterday. And what was I'm sorry, not yesterday. I'm sorry, not yesterday. It would have been Monday. What was the nature of that conversation? We simply I asked him about what kind of things were discussed. He filled me in kind of the type of questions that you'd ask, which are very similar to what you're asking me right now. Okay. Did you call him or did he call you? I called him. There was no answer. He called me back. Do you guys communicate routinely? Not routinely because we are so far apart geographically in the state, but occasionally we meet on different details. An example would be 2 weeks ago, we both worked the state fair together. I'm going to take a quick pause, okay? And I'm going to mute to take a drink. Okay, guys, 1 second. Nice cold glass of juice. And my juice, I mix it 50-50 with water. So it's basically colorful water. Oh, hi, Nicole. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. And Papa. Is that Papa Steve? Or is this a different Papa? Let me double check. Papa. Go to channel. It's just Papa. Are you related to Papa Steve, who was here yesterday? Is this just another account for you? Wait, we need some. Oh, hopefully I can get this before you answer. Is Papa Steve from yesterday? Or is Papa a new Papa? Steve? I can't take it. I can't take it. So you weren't here yesterday as Papa Steve? Oh my gosh. So I got two Papas. Right on. Let me see. Wait. Right on. So we got a new Papa. Everyone say hi to new Papa. And we're missing Heather Brown. Oh, I meant that one. Sorry. Anyways, okay, I'll go on. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I guess you apparently knew that he was being deposed in this case. Yes. And for anyone coming in, this is the Delphi murders case, deposition of a unknown agent, undercover agent that we don't know the name of, and he's being asked questions in a deposition by Bradley Rossi, one of Richard Allen's defense lawyers. Okay, so when you see question, that's Brad Rossi. When you see answer, this is secret agent man that we don't know who it is, and that's why you reached out to him. That's correct. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how that happened, how the nexus occurred of you knew that he was coming today. I did. You knew that he was here last week? I knew that he came on Monday. Okay. And again, that's because we were at the state fair together. Okay. All right. And so did you guys talk about anything involved in the Sons of Odin or any of the stuff about Odin? Very briefly, yes. What did you talk about? He said that he was asked about Odinism and a little bit about the figure that was drawn on the tree. All right. And you said that you also spoke with Trooper Holman, or I should say, well, Detective Holman. You are all troopers in a way to me. Sorry. Briefly, he's the one that notified me that I had a deposition. Who's your daddy? Hey, oh, does that mean Peggy ended or either way? Welcome. Who's your daddy? Hoosier is my, shall I say Hoosier? Should I tell him the truth who you are to me? He's not my daddy. I'm his intern. Oh, I'm his apprentice. Sorry. Hoosier is my, he's teaching me DIY. What is it called again? What is that? What was it called again? Hoosier? I forget. Oh, shit. The female doctors. Shit. I'm totally blanking. Hoosier will tell you. I'm his intern. No, I'm his apprentice, and he's the professional. Shit, I forget what it's called again. A week or so ago, what was the nature of that conversation? Gynecologist, yes. Hoosier is my teaching me DIY gynecology. Yes. And that is a totally a joke and not even that funny neither. So I'm not sure why I told you guys that. What? Okay, they're not all going to be home runs, guys. So stick with me. I swear, for every one bad joke, I'll give you at least 2 or 3 decent ones. So stick with me, please. What was the nature of that conversation? To tell me that I had a deposition. Did you talk about anything else? Very briefly about the case. He said he thought it would probably be about the Odinism aspect of it, but he had no further information on it. Did you ask him any questions about what aspect of that or anything like that? He indicated he didn't know, so no, we didn't pursue that, sir. Did he talk to you about any of the testimony or the statements or questions that were asked of him during his deposition? I believe this is around where we stopped. He did not. I don't know if he had his deposition yet, sir. Any other information that you reviewed in preparation for the deposition today? I looked up the Fehu rune on Google. Could you spell that for me just so we all know what we are? Fehu. Oh, sorry. Fehu. Why did you look that up? Because that was a figure that I recalled being left on the tree that was Really? My only involvement in the case was that it had shown up and there were questions about what it might mean. Wow. Is this new? Why don't I remember this guy saying this? So this is a veteran of 37 years, and he says that he looked at that photo and saw an F, and he believed it was an F and was looking it up. Who knows what pictures they showed, eh? Because the ones they actually put out or leaked were probably not that great. Because if this guy's a 37-year veteran and he thinks it looks like an F, I think we need to stick with trust his judgment, 37 years as a cop. Okay, if it was in fact the Fihu rune, yeah, what is? You said you looked it up on Google. Were you refreshing your recollection of that? Or, yes, I was refreshing my recollection as well as the fact that runes are very much like the word to. They are, depending on how it's used and where it's looked up, there may be different multiple meanings for one word. Correct, sir. Okay, I'm going to take a quick pause for a drink, and then I'm going to read chat after. And if you guys have any questions or just things you'd like to point out, we can stop and have a talk every now and then about this, because this is pretty interesting. Okay, so I'll look over the chat. Anything you guys want to discuss about this guy? 37-year veteran thought that the tree looked like it had a F written on it, and he doesn't sound confused at all. He's not saying, it might be an F, like, because those photos they showed us, yeah, you could be like, it could be anything. And in trial, they went on saying that they believed it was Libby touching the tree and sliding down and stuff. So, aha, Papa. That's possible. Yeah, the pictures leaked were not the real ones, or they were. I do remember them doing some. The it's like not filters, but it looked like they took them at nighttime, but used a flash really close on the tree, and yeah. So who knows the ones he saw? There's a lot of game playing like that here. So, but this guy here, he doesn't sound confused at all. He's pretty sure. For him to go and look up stuff on Google about Fehu runes, he must have been pretty sure, or Shibby's the new Shiznet. Oh, I like that comment, dude. You're getting a highlight for that. Where is that? My new Papa is going up on the screen. Here you go, Papa. I must acknowledge great comments like that. Shibby's the new Shiznet. Boom. You're going to stay there for a little bit until I remember to change it to something else. Thanks, bud. I love those. You don't have to, you guys don't feel free if you want to talk about anything in chat. You can talk about what's at hand, obviously, or your day, any car you like, whatever you want. If people want to reply, as long as you guys are smiling and you're happy, you can, like I said yesterday, you can even mute me if I'm annoying you. Put on your favorite playlist, turn the lights down, and talk with people in chat. All right. Multiple meanings for one word. Correct, sir. What in your mind does Fehu mean? I guess you brought it up. I'm going to ask. Fehu quite literally means cattle or livestock. It's very often interpreted as wealth or mobile wealth. I've seen it referred to as that, or for good luck, hoping for some financial gain. Okay, have you spoken with Sheriff Liggett regarding this investigation in the recent past? Never. Okay, what about former Sheriff Leesenby? I don't even know the gentleman. No, I haven't. Any other troopers? Winters, Murphy, anybody? Any of those? Anybody of those? No, sir. Okay, all right, fair enough. Any other materials that you've reviewed other than the Google search that you mentioned? No, sir. Did you generate any reports or other documentation, similar documentation, in the course of your involvement in this case? No, sir. I haven't seen any. That's why I'm asking. No, sir. So I need a quick drink here. I should be drinking more often because, like, the last 10 years, I barely talked to many people. So for me to talk like this, I've talked more now than I did all of 20, 2024, 23, 2023. So one sec. Any questions in chat? Do you think it's possible we ever find out who this guy is? I guess we don't really want to know because, I mean, wouldn't do any good out and undercover police officer. So, I mean, I'm definitely not a bootlicker, but I don't hate the ones. It's just my philosophy is, I'll go off a little one here, is that, okay, like I've always thought, say you have 100 cops at a police station, right? And there's 7 bad ones, right? You know, what are the odds, right? Like, obviously there's going to be some bad cops, but my problem is that 40 or 50 other cops know exactly what's going on with those few bad cops. So then what does that make it? That makes you have 50 or 60 bad cops, in my opinion, if they let it go, or afraid to say something, or, you know, I mean, I understand pressures, and they don't want to rat each other out, but I mean, hey, they're given all this extra, you know, extra powers, and they're we expect more of them because of that. So you'd think if there's a few bad ones, and if half the other force doesn't say something about them, but they sure as shit know about it, then I guess we should be lumping them in. So the Lafayette police, sorry, Nature Love. So the Lafayette police during this time, right after the murder, was kicking in doors to any and everyone they could think of that had affiliation to Saxonites. Ooh, which is a huge believers in Odin, though. Oh, wow. Damn, this Nature Love, you know a lot of stuff. You have to come here more often, please. Why didn't Nick use the blood spatter expert that was there, not someone looking at pics? Good question. Oh, Nicole, good job, Shibby, and keep hydrating. And Hoosier, there are good and bad out there. I've dealt with both. Right, Hoosier, but you kind of see what I'm saying? Like, say there's 100 of them, and there's 7 bad ones, but, you know, you think, how many do you think know about that, right? Maybe even the chief, too. So that's the kind of thing I think. I mean, obviously they're not as bad, but hello, Jessica. Welcome. I can name like 30 singular incidents that, in my opinion, should have stood alone to point to another or find RA not guilty. I believe you too. Yeah, Jessica. I think everyone in that town is probably more involved. They caught the one guy who has nothing to do with this. And more than likely that's intentional, because nobody will stand up for him, or nobody will be worried about him having dirt on them. Yeah, he's a perfect guy. You know, the guy they cleared, the guy they talked to 2 days after, and all that information, the guy they had a clear picture of his car, and it was parked 1 mile away for 5 years, as if they couldn't find that car if they had a picture and video of it. And there was only one in the whole county, and they bullshit and say the jurors caught them saying that, oh, they didn't bother to see how many of those were in the town. But you know, when you're looking for a black car, you don't even need the license. They would just look for black cars in their DMV base, and you know, so that was a bunch of bullshit too. Anyways, yeah, there's tons of evidence on, or there's many more tentacles with all these other guys versus Richard Allen. Plus, imagine if we had those interviews, just those, was it 70 days or 70 hours? I keep getting this mixed up. Whatever, the 70, the interviews that were lost of the guys, the Odin guys. Imagine the things they said, especially guys like Elvis Fields, if he was in there, and he would probably have said a bunch of whole bunch of dumb shit, incriminating stuff, like Brad Holder, in his first times, said he never met Abby, and then later on, he said he did meet Abby, which, I mean, that's pretty sus. Hmm. Oh yeah, Jessica, was T on? I didn't even know. Oh, were T and them on? Cool. I totally missed that. Or were you watching a rerun? Yeah. I got lots to say about this painting. The painting, Brad Holder painted of the upside down guy in the tree. Brad Holder painted that, and although he released it to his social media on February 17th of in 2018. If you look at the bottom corner on the clear pictures of it, he painted that painting on February 13th, 2018. So I've always theorized that it could be a relation that since the bodies of the girls, or if there were like a ceremony in his fanboy type of head, it would have been after midnight, and it would have definitely been on the 14th. Do we all agree? I'm just saying, I'm not saying for sure. This is just one of my many hypotheses. So the girls' bodies were found on February 2, 14, 17. And if you add them up, that comes to 33. And his painting was, he painted that painting on 2, 13, 18, which comes to 33. Now, I'll always say that this isn't my idea, and I'm not, getting conspiratorial. Brad Holder showed a video of him adding numbers of the dates up to come up with significant numbers that meant stuff to him. And when he did it, I remember the video. He did the day, he did the month, so 2, the day, which was say 13 to get 15, and if it was 2018, he only used the last 2 digits in his example. In his when he presented it, and he showed the equation he uses, and he was showing it. It was a video. So this is why I get stuck on that. So the girls were found on 2, 14, 17. Add them up, 33. And the painting was made. If you look down the bottom right corner, there's red paint. And for whatever reason, it's blurry in these pictures, but I know we've seen it before. It was, Brad Holder painted that hanging guy on 2, 13, 18, 2 and 13, 15. 18 and 15 is 33. So I'd always told T criminality to, we should always, who can look into what was Brad Holder posting on 2, 12, 19, 2019, which would be 2 and 12 and 2 is 14 plus 19 would be 33. So was he still trying to, if this is even real, this is all, this is just a hypothesis or an opinion or a thought or, a theory, just a talking point. We're all just throwing stuff at the wall here. You think it's possible that he posted something again on 2, 12, 19, which would be 33? Where was I? I'm way up here in Canada, Toronto, near Toronto. I'm about 15 minutes west of Toronto on the north shores of Lake Ontario. So I've never been to Indiana, and I don't think I'll ever go after all the stuff I've said about law enforcement. Or if I do go there, I will maybe make a fake ID that says Gray Hughes or, one of the other bootlicker guys. And so if I get pulled over, they'll see my license will say Gray Hughes, and then they'll probably give me a key to the city and escort me through with whatever that is again. We put their signs on and give you an escort. Anyways, okay. Getting off track. I haven't seen any. That's why I'm asking. No, sir. Okay, when was it that you got involved in this investigation? The crimes occurred in February of 17, just to give you kind of, it would have been several months after that. That was pre-COVID. So we're down at the offices quite a bit. And I heard that there was possibly a Viking symbol or a Viking rune left on a tree. I'd done some research on those regarding an earlier event that we had gathered some intelligence on. So I had some working knowledge of those. So I reached out. Roland and I happened to know was on the task force that was investigating. So I reached out to him and asked him about that. That was my first involvement. So, one sec, I got a drink. Sorry. Ooh. Also, I was just thinking about your comment from before, Nicole. I'm not drinking to stay hydrated. I'm well hydrated. I got probably way too much water in me. It's my voice, my throat. It gets crackly, I guess, because this again is more talking than I've done in years. Ooh, I'm going to put a new comment on the screen. Which comment can I put up? Oh, TJ's here. Sorry, I missed you. Hi, TJ. Welcome. Let's see what I got here. Here, let's give CN a highlight. This is a good comment. There. So you just bump Papa out. I should remember to change that often. All right, let me carry on. Sorry, guys. So you actually got word through kind of coffee shop talk, more or less, my phrase, and then you actually reached out to some of the investigators in this case. That's correct, sir. They didn't seek you out. They did not. I'm going to ask you generally, this earlier event that you referenced, did it have anything at all to do with this case? Not that I know of. Okay. I can describe it to you. Yeah. Would you just describe it to me? Okay. There was a group called the American Guard that was kind of led by a gentleman named Brian James. Brian has a long history of, he was associated with the skinheads, he was associated with the Vinlanders, and then formed the American Guard, all of which are extremely white supremacist groups. Brian actually had a criminal history on some violence towards a colored gentleman in Indianapolis. I believed he did some jail time for that. That group, the American Guard, had been publicizing on social media that they were going to be security for a Second Amendment rally in Indianapolis. Well, it seemed a bit odd to us, and it was going to be on the grounds of the State House, so we took a little notice of that. They had publicized on an open source social media where they were going to be meeting prior to the event, and that they were going to be marching to the State House. I showed up down there early to just march with the group. So this guy's outing himself. He was marching in the group as an undercover. Wow. Is that wise to be talking about this? Or you figure, I bet you they redacted some really dumb shit. This is probably some of the stuff that should have been redacted. Even just a couple lines. I showed up down there early just to march with the group, and there were several hundred people. Like, I mean, if those guys have video of this and they're so worried about it, they could maybe go through and pick them out. Not associated with Brian's group, but several hundred people total. The people who associated themselves with Brian James that day showed up with, most of them were carrying guns. Brian wasn't, because I believe he's a convicted felon. But most of them showed up with some type of weaponry, whether it be firearms, open display of knives, but several of them had wooden or metal shields. I mean, big, open display of knives. That's how you're supposed to carry a knife, so it's not concealed. I mean, even up here in Canada, as long as it's not, I think the test is the width of your four fingers, like so less than 4 inches. I mean, it's okay to carry one and keep it displayed, even some dog spray. I mean, there's coyotes running around here, and even in the cities, we have coyotes and foxes and other idiots who don't take care of their own dogs, and they're running off leash sometimes, and you want to have something with you. When I go out, if I go for a walk, especially late at night, I'll carry a little I carry one of those little knives, folding knives, which is legal, and one of those tools, like they're like pliers. It looks like an old butterfly knife, but it's a tool, like a multi-tool. It's got all the tools on it, because you never know when you're going to need a screwdriver or something. They showed up with some type of weaponry, whether it be firearms, open display of knives, but several of them had wooden or metal shields. I mean, big, like Captain America type shields. And when you looked at them, there were actually sheet metal screws protruding, from the inside going out. So these shields were actually weapons, definitely. Okay, that's crazy. Wow. Okay. Well, many of the shields, some were made of wood as well, and those concealed a baton inside them that could have been used as an impact of weapon if wanted. Well, many of these shields had runes on them, and I didn't know what they meant, so I started looking into it and did a little research to try and find out what some of those meant and what their purposes were. So that was kind of my first introduction into deciphering, if you will, what these kind of meant, or what they might have meant. 1 second. Yeah, I'm getting good at this whole muting, and so what I do before I start is I get a big, huge cold drink, and I make a big, huge coffee in a Stanley mug, and I make it extra hot. So now I'm an hour or so in. Well, I started an hour and a half, getting stuff ready. So my coffee's perfect now. So anyone new come in yet? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Same old scrubs. Oh, the Snicker vein. Is that the upside down Snickers bar? Is that what you're talking about? That means they're Criminality had in her joke, in her chat. They're making fun of Tesla drivers, and they said Tesla drivers eat Snicker bars upside down, like so they can, those little marks on the top of the Snickers bar, they'd like to feel the veins on their tongue. So they said I forget what it was exactly. It was a joke or something. So yeah, if you drive a Tesla, most likely you eat a Snickers bar upside down. If that's what you're talking about. I don't know. Okay. So that was my first into deciphering, if you will, what these kind of meant or what they might have meant. What was the timing of this? Do you generally know? This would have been probably 16, 17-ish. So it goes back a while. Do you know what time of year it was? Was it cold out? Was it warm out? Do you remember? I would say towards the fall. Okay. So that was my first introduction to those. We also see them in some tattoos and some biker gangs, things like that. But you're talking about, you mentioned shields with batons. Batons. Are you talking about like Braveheart kind of stuff? Kind of more, they were smaller. Mm-hmm. They were basically kind of medieval feel to it. I mean, that's what I'm envisioning. Very much so. They were maybe 3 feet by 2.5 feet with plumbing type handles. And like I said, they were quite substantial. They would have taken a heavy blow. So yeah, these guys are going around like Vikings. Okay. So then when Trooper or Officer Purdy, the two of you communicated initially, what happened after that in terms of your involvement? He and I met so he could accurately show me what the figured on the tree looked like, and it reminded me of the rune Fehu. And so I looked that up, and we spoke about that, and he wanted to know how that would have maybe tied into a crime scene. I didn't know. I still don't know how it ties in because traditionally that's a rune of luck and wealth. So I don't know how it would have been constructed to be in a crime scene. So you talked to him on the phone, or did you actually meet with him in person? 1 second. Oh, actually, before I go, I'm going to pause to get a drink. There's a lot. Did they cover this in trial? I'm sure they probably did. And this is the second cop in a row that's been convinced that it's Odin. So it's really weird that they're not letting the defense talk about Odin. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Becky B, hello. Welcome, everyone. Everyone, welcome Becky B. Anyone else come in? Ooh, so there's 24 people. That's pretty good, I guess, eh? Oh, V's here. Hi, V. Are you guys coming from, did another chat just end? Either Peggy's or criminality or something cool? Ooh, I hope I get some more scrubs showing up. I'm just kidding, V. You're not a scrub. Cool. 25 people. Oh my gosh. Pressure's on. And I know Fishy's still listening too. Fishy, I feel your presence, even though you're not typing in chat. I didn't know. I still don't know how it ties in because traditionally that's a rune of luck and wealth. Oh, I read that one. So you talked to him on the phone, or did you actually meet with him in person? We did both. We met on the phone. I'm sorry. We spoke on the phone. We met on the phone. Oops, I'm sorry. We spoke on the phone, but it's hard to do a representation on a phone. And Roland and I are friends. We just met for breakfast. Wow. Okay, just the two of you? Actually, it was another gentleman with me who happened to be on my day off that day. Oh, another gentleman came with him for breakfast the morning after. Breakfast with gentlemen. Who happened to be what? There was another gentleman with me that day. Oh, like a friend or something? Yeah, a guy I met at the bar. No, just kidding. Sorry, I shouldn't be saying stuff like that. Yes. Okay, who was that? Brian Jenkins. Brian Jenkins. I thought you were going to say Brian James. You were going to kind of throw me off there for a minute. No, although we've spoken many times, I wouldn't consider us good buddies. Where did you guys meet? A Cracker Barrel. Forgive me, I don't recall the location. I drove farther than he did. So then, did you do or meet with any other law enforcement officials in the course of this investigation? Mr. Dick Holman, Detective Holman. Tell me when that meeting occurred, if you could estimate. That would have probably been 18 or 19. It was pre-COVID and it was very, very brief. We met on the north side of Indianapolis. What was the purpose of that meeting? I delivered something to him when we were still downtown. We had a big printer that our section would occasionally print something off from, and he had it. He was on the north side of Indianapolis. I said, quote, I'll drive it out to him, quote, end of quotes. I won't say that anymore. So I delivered that to him. Do you remember what you delivered to him? It was rolled up. I don't know, sir. Okay, so there was just some material that you guys had processed down at your office? Someone had, yes. I didn't do that. In a tube or something? It was rolled up. I don't remember it being in a tube. And you have no idea what it was? I don't. So it was just a rendezvous for a handoff of a tube or whatever? A rendezvous for a handy on one's tube? It was. Did you guys talk about this case at all? Yes, briefly. Okay, what did you talk about? He showed me a drawing of or a representation of where the sticks were laid over the girls' bodies when they were found, and asked if I saw anything regarding any runes or anything in there. I didn't, at least not of the runes that I know. Then we speak of runes. Now, when we speak of runes, though, there are several different categories of them. They don't all look the same. Quick pause, 1 second. Sorry, guys. Ooh, I was talking away that whole time, and I was scrolling through comments way far ahead. So if you guys saw me muted and it was moving, I bet if I go back down. Anyways, I was talking nothing. I wasn't reading. I was just kind of babbling away. So I was saying hi to DoorDash, and I was saying hi that Fishy came back, and I said hello to Dino if I was muted. So yeah, that whole last 2 minutes I was talking, but just babbling because I wanted to replace the comment on screen with something. And I choose, where is it? 1 second. I've almost found it. Damn, where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. Here's Fishy's gonna stare at me. Watch. Here she comes. Boom. Fishy's staring at me. See, that's like my lower body's hidden down there, and she's got eyes right on me. All right. Let me get back. Because I got StreamYard comments and I'm looking on an alt account because honestly, I use an alt account that I modded. I gave myself super mod powers on an account I don't use, like a sock account, because I was modding in another chat once, and a couple trolls came into that chat and they immediately blocked me, and I couldn't see them cause trouble in chat. So now I watch chat on a alt account to see if there's any trolls that have me blocked on my regular Sweet Dude Shibby account. So I'll catch you guys. You know what? I'll have to take another drink. 1 second. Okay, I will start reading again. How about this? If you guys are having an awesome time and my voice is just amazing to you and everything's great, don't put anything in. Don't put any thumbs or anything in the chat. Oh, look at that, Beasley. Hi, Beasley. Welcome. See that? No, nothing in chat. Boom. I'm moving on, and I won't be looking. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes, but that's okay. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you entirely. Go ahead. You're not. but I didn't recognize anything in the sticks or the, and again, it was a stick drawing of sticks. It was a stick drawing of sticks. Correct. Do you have that drawing, or is this something he showed you? He showed me. I do not have a copy of it. So basically, forgive me for being a little bit more detailed, but that's why we are here. So somebody took a piece of paper and just drew with their own freehand some lines. Yes, sir. And you knew that it was representing sticks? Yes, sir. And so what else occurred during that conversation? That was the extent of the conversation. Okay, where did this take place? It was on the north side of Indianapolis. He was in town for some training, but I was already downtown and leaving. That's why I just volunteered to drive it up for him. So basically, he just handed you a piece of paper with some lines on it, and you looked at it, at that, and said, hey, it doesn't mean much to me. It doesn't mean much to me. Doesn't mean much to me? He told me that it was, but I looked at it. Yes. Okay. I didn't see anything. Okay. So my understanding from my speaking with other law enforcement officials in this case is that you are a follower of, oh my God, Sons of Odin, or you subscribe to Odinism as a religion? Whoa. Okay, so my understanding from speaking with other law enforcement officials in this case is that you are a follower of Sons of Odin, or you subscribe to Odinism. I'm being a little bit insensitive here about as a religion, well, or as a spiritual belief. No, that's not true. That's not true. That isn't true. Okay, that's one of the reasons why I got you in here, because we had kind of heard that, or nope, that isn't true. Wow. Do we know this? I probably do. But they thought this 37-year, this is still the 37-year undercover secret agent man that we don't know who it is. So Baldwin and Rosie thought he was into Odin while investigating Odin. Isn't that what that would have been a conflict of interest, I guess? Do we know this? Do you guys know this, or is this new? I feel like I've learned so much with this case over the years that yeah, good question. Put that up on screen. Where is Heather? She's moonlighting with a Scrabble board again. You know, of course, and I understand Scrabble's pretty exciting compared to me. So, Dino, we're second fiddle to Hebby playing Scrabble. So, I even messaged her on Discord like 6 hours ago and told her I'd be going live tonight. So, I'm very hurt, very disappointed, Hebby. When you watch this replay, just know you hurt Dino and mine, and the whole chat is missing you. So you'll have to make it up to us. Yeah. Yeah, I should read on, I guess, because Fishy's saying, but he actually is a Norse paganist. Yeah. So same with the guards too. Remember that guard when he put his affidavit? He's like, he could. One of them asked if he was an Odinite, and he said no. He's a no. He took offense to it because he was a Norse, Norse pagan, a heathenry or something, a pagan heathenry or something. Yeah, he didn't want to be called an Odinist or whatever. He was a Norse pagan heathen or something. But I do have some knowledge of it simply because I started again looking at it through the runes and things like that. And I did find it interesting. Okay, but you don't have any personal connection to this movement or belief system? No. That's pretty weird that Baldwin and Rosie specifically got this guy because they must have heard I guess they heard from somewhere that this guy was into some type of Odin or Norse pagan heathenry, and it turns out he isn't, or he's not admitting it. Yes, he could be and just denying it. He's undercover. He's an undercover agent of 37 years. He's probably good at lying. Okay, but you don't have any personal connection to this movement or belief system? Nope. Whatever phrase I use? No, sir. Cult? Some people would call it that. You don't have any personal connection to that? I do not. Okay. We got that cleared up. Did you ever meet with anybody in this case? The phrase unified command has been kicked around a lot in this room in the last couple of weeks. The group of leaders in this investigation. Did you ever meet with any of them regarding any of this? No, sir, I did not. And you never met with any suspects? I'm going to ask these questions just because I'm trying to make sure I rule everything out. Sure. You never met with anybody or did any further investigation because they said, hey, go out and talk to this person or that person? No, sir. Did you ever speak with anybody from Purdue University regarding runes or any of this other stuff? No, sir. Did you, when you were speaking with Trooper Purdy or Trooper Holman for that matter, did either one of them show you any photos from the crime scene? Yes. Let me hand you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1. Would you just take a look at that? We're going to have to, the distance of this table. Do you recognize that photograph? Yes, sir, I do. 1 second. Sorry, guys. Okay, here I am. Now, anything going on in chat here? Any new people? Nope. And let's put a new comment up. Who's V. Yes, V. Quit yelling. Here. V's yelling at me. And so then we'll put this up because this is better. This is the V I know. The second person here. Watch. Sorry to yell. It's okay, V. He's passionate. It's passion. Like when Charles gets stabbed by all his girlfriends, makes me jelly because I'm like, I never had a woman stab me. Man, that's like marriage material. You know, that means they must really love you if they're willing to stab you, right? Let me hand you what's been marked. Oh, I read that part. So, yes, sir, I do. Is that a photograph you've seen previously? I have seen this one, yes. Is that the one that Purdy offered up to you? I believe it is, sir. It appears to be very similar to what I remember. Okay, and is that the photograph that you suggested is similar to the runes that you were looking up on Google? It is, sir. Okay, just to make sure we are all on the same page, what is it about that photograph that caught your attention? It could easily be mistaken for an F. Wow, easily. Damn, this is wild. Easily. A 37-year veteran, an undercover officer, said it could easily be mistaken. And this is again, like later on at the trial, he's saying easily. I mean, some of those F pictures I saw of the tree, like you could barely see anything. So for him to say easily be mistaken. But the fact that both of horizontal bars point up are very indicative of the rune Fehu, which is often thought to represent cattle. And so in your mind, when you saw that, the angle of the two horizontal bars was kind of what caught your attention? That's correct, sir. Was that something that jumped out pretty quick without spending a lot of time with this? It was. Okay, and so in the context of you can set it down if you want, that's fine, just leave it there. Make sure everybody has access to it. So in the context of your looking at this, was it Did you draw the conclusion that appears? I hate when they put that. Did you draw the conclusion that it appears to be something that was deliberately placed on the tree rather than some random mark? It appears to have been done accurately to make either an F or that Fehu rune. Doesn't appear particularly random, like somebody's wiped something off. This is exactly opposite of what they claimed at trial. You mentioned earlier that these runes could have different meanings, and you used that word too as an example. Let's talk about that. Did you find information online that supported that idea, or is that just a conclusion that you drew? May I ask you a question for clarification? Yes, sir. So this is the guy asking backwards. He's asking a question now. I'm not positive what you're asking. I need to ask a better question. I think is what you were saying. Earlier, you mentioned that this system of runes can have different meanings. They may mean one thing to one person, I guess. Correct. And another thing to another person, right? Yes, sir. Plus, also, I'll jump in and say that, some of these guys butcher the religions and kind of, cherry pick stuff they like and make up their own interpretations too. I'm guessing, but that's just me jumping in. What led you to that conclusion? To a large degree, just the Google search. Several different websites that you go to. There used to be a really good one that I could not find. I don't know if it's since gone under. But that would discuss a lot of the different meanings, but very much like a diagnosis sometimes people just can't agree on. So depending on which website you're on, you are going to get a little bit of a variance. Most of them will agree with the cattle or mobile wealth. 1 second, sorry. But a few of them will say, oh, well, in a new age, whatever it might mean, this or it could be whatever it might mean, this or it could be a gateway to that. It depends on how far you want to run down the rabbit hole and which interpretation you choose to believe. Okay, did you discover during the course of your studies, I'm going to use that word loosely, with regard to this Odinism, that there's kind of a legitimate side of this spiritual belief, and then there's kind of I'll call it kind of a good and evil side. There's a good side, and there's kind of an evil side. I would say very much so, yes. And is it fair to so there's people running around in society basically that believe in this, or that exercise or subscribe to this system of beliefs that are normal, law-abiding humans, right? I would believe so, yes. Are you confident that there's also people running around in a society that subscribe to this system of beliefs that are frankly evil or bad people, Brian James and his followers? Without making a moral-based judgment, there are some that believe in this system of, again, philosophy or whatever you want to call it, that have tendencies that are outside the norm. Again, most of those revolve around the white supremacy movement. Definitely some very strong feelings by them. People that subscribe to violence, people that I would say would probably be quick to violence. Okay, other than this circumstance with Brian James, I don't want to make him the center of attention, but other than that, have you done any other investigations, maybe even after that, regarding this Odinism cult or group? We've seen some of the runes and things like that show up in some of the prisons, and I've been asked a couple of times about what that might mean by various tattoos or something on a letter. But as far as an investigation, no. 1 sec, sorry. OMG, 30 people. You know what I do? I enjoy this, and I'm sure you guys are having fun, even if you're just chatting. And I feel like I'm learning new stuff each time, even the stuff I've read or been read to thousands of times. Ooh, look what page I stopped on. 1111. Spooky stuff. And there's 34 people. 33 would have been cool. Damn. Ooh. Holy shit. It just switched to 33. Oh my God. Some spooky shit happening here. What was I going to say again? Oh, I'll keep reading. Oh, are you at work listening to me? Nature Love. Which one do you like? Which name do you like better, Nature Love? Do you like this or the Let It Be 21? Your username of Let It Be 21, or this handle of Nature Love 82. So bedtime stories at work with Shibby. Shabby. You are good, Shabby. I love seeing my name typoed. Shabby. I've been called Shitty, SHIDDY. I've had typos of Shobby, SHOBBY. I've had Shinby, SHINBY. I've had Shitty, Shoddy. I love it all. Call me what you want, Shibby. Just don't call me late for supper. Oh, I used to say that a lot too. So you're definitely my age. Or maybe younger. But that's definitely something I would have said a long time ago. I won't call you late for supper, but to call you, I'm going to need to know who you are. So just promise me one day you'll reveal yourself. Oh, where is it? And so this is Heather's call. I'm 43. Perfect. For me, 37 to 153 is my dating range. So at least say 37-ish to 153. Boom. Right in the target area for me. So cool. Oh, here's for Heather. Sorry. Oh, damn it. I went to the drum roll. I meant to go to the punch, which sounds like a smack or splat. Okay. Back on track. Here we go. By the prisoners or... Oh, what's your opinion on that? About the stuff being present in some of the prisons and what that might mean? Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry. Let me withdraw that question. By the prisoners or somebody showed you a photo or something, correct, of a prisoner who had and asked me what this might represent? Okay. So these types of things are present or there's some commonality with the prison systems. It is. And I don't know if you want to call it Asatru or Odinism, that seems to be one of the growing religions in some of the prisons. Ooh, what I was going to say before when we were talking the numbers, if it really drops down low, like below, I guess, 10, I'll end it then. But if my voice doesn't go, I have a huge coffee and a drink, and I'm having fun, and you guys seem to be having fun, so I'll stick around a bit. Why not? Amongst inmates we're talking about, right? That's correct. Did I? Yeah. Okay, I want to make sure. I'm sorry, I didn't specify, but yes. Not something that the staff members would be involved with. Ooh. That's on the staff members. I can't speak to that. Oh, so he doesn't want to throw them under the bus, just the prisoners. Okay, well, what we're talking about is bad people that are locked up in prison who affiliate with these groups, probably for their own personal safety and other reasons, right? Whatever reason, but yes, they are affiliating with it. All right. Let me show you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1. And just ask you to take a look at that and tell me if you have ever seen that photograph. I have never seen this photograph before, sir. Boss man McClellan jumps in. Hold on. We have two defendants' eyes. Two defendants' eye. Mr. Rossi. Did I say I? The witness. You said I. This looks like T. And Rossi's. Oh, that's the one. Is it T? Sorry, it's T. And boss man McClelland. I understand that, but you said I. Is this I or is it T? Rossi says, well, you looked at it. You can see it says T. You could have just corrected me. So Rossi was trying to say sorry, like he screwed up, and they kept going on him. So he's kind of trying to get pissed off at them. I had no idea. McLean, I had no idea. And by Mr. Rossi. Okay, do we agree that that's a T and that I made a mistake? It appears to be a T to me. And where is T? Where is my T? My criminality. She's one of my biggest fans. And I can prove it. If you watch my last stream, she was like the first one in there. One of my most popular cheerleaders. So, again, I know she's listening. Hi, T. Just kidding. It appears to be a T to me. Okay, you've never seen that photo? I have not, sir. Well, let me represent to you as an officer of the court, so to speak, that this is a photo of one of the girls that was found dead in this case. Do you have any reason to disbelieve that? I do not, sir. Okay, directing your attention to, may I get my glasses out? Oh, yeah, sure. You probably should get your glasses out. And Baldwin jumps in. You keep yours in that? I lose about 10 pairs a month. And the witness says, I try not to. All right, sir, your question? Back to Rosie. So let me direct your attention to, the body of the young woman there, and specifically the left side. Do you see all these sticks and that are located there? I do. All right. And nobody's ever showed you those before? I have not seen this picture before. Do you agree with me that those sticks appear to have been placed there intentionally, just from kind of first glance at that photo? It would appear so. I mean, do you agree they didn't likely fall off a tree that way? I would say that's very unlikely. Okay. And do those sticks in any way mimic or look familiar in terms of the formation or the stick drawing that Officer Holman gave you when he met with you? Sir, I don't remember what it looked like. Okay. Accurately to be able to answer that. I'm sorry. Well, as you sit here today, is there anything about the formation of those sticks that might prompt or be related to any of the odonistic information that you've gathered? May I have just a moment to study this? Yeah, sure. May I ask you a question? Yes, you sure can. Has this been cut or is that a break? So he's curious. That's the guy asking. Well, I think there's some consensus that it was cut at some point. Okay. I don't see anything that's indicative of anything that I know that would connect this to the runes or to the Odinistic religions. But it does appear, in answer to your earlier questions, it looks like they were placed there intentionally. So this guy is saying that the branches are placed there, but they don't look like runes. And another thing is, I always wondered if when they showed up, like the pictures that we saw, imagine them showing up and bumping a bunch of sticks around. They could have been more indicative of runes, and they might have moved or bumped a bunch of them. I'm not saying they did, but more than likely they wouldn't care about sticks, especially when at the very beginning the searchers would think, oh, I want to check their pulse or to see if they're still alive or something, and they could have bumped or knocked a few over. I always think that. Okay, time for a quick drink, and I'm going to check chat. The numbers are up. We're at 28, so I'm staying. And give me 1 second. Okay, so what's going on in chat? Anything good, guys? My new papa says, Nicole, we're good, Nicole. Oh, did you guys have a misunderstanding? Let me go back. 1111 is a psychic channel. She has great Delphi stuff. Ooh, there we go. Let's give TJ a shout out. I like that. Yeah, it was funny. I stopped at 1111, but I guess I don't know what 1111 is supposed to mean. I guess I hear people talking about it. TJ, 1111. I guess for some, well, it was the page number. So for all of us, it stopped at 1111. But if it was the time and I'm in East, Central's an hour behind, Mountain's 2 hours behind, and Pacific's 3 hours behind. Those weirdos out on the West Coast. I won't name them, but you know who you are. All right. Ooh. Oh, TJ, are you out on Pacific? Wow. Yeah, why don't you guys throw in your, that'd be good. So yeah, so we don't have to put, that's perfect, because I always think, like on my Discord, I put screw pronouns. I want time zones, damn it. So if you guys want to throw your time zone in, and you're in the S has got to go in the middle, because we're back to standard time. We're not on daylight savings. We're back to standard. So are you EST, CST, MST, or PST? Eastern, Central, Mountain, or Pacific? If you'd like. I'm always curious. I just like to know. Nicole is normal. She's here. V says weirdo zone. Yes, Pacific mostly. Only because I didn't know if TJ was there. I'll have to see what she puts. Anyways, I don't care what your pronouns. I want your time zones. I'll go on now. Where was I? Okay, I don't see anything. I read that. Okay, fair enough. Now, Rosie says, Sharon, what do I want to mark a new exhibit with? How do you want me to do that? And the court reporter, you can start with numbers. And Rosie's defendants numbers number 1. And the court reporter, yeah, they've been letters so far. Defendants exhibit 1 was marked for identification. Back to Rosie. Ooh, Anthony. Who's Anthony? Oh, that can't be the undercover guy. Did they slip up? All right, Anthony, let me hand you what I've been marked as defendants number 1. I'm going to represent to you that I just got online and started looking up Odinism and runes and all that other stuff. And this is one of the drawings I generated. Who do you think Anthony is? Ooh, you guys can, you're probably a little bit behind me too. So, because I'm actually looking at the YouTube chat. I'm not looking at the StreamYard one because I don't like the StreamYard one. And I have like 3 52-inch monitors, and I'm reading this. I'm sharing one 52-inch TV screen, which is all this stuff. And I have StreamYard on another 52-inch. And over to the right, I have a YouTube full screen of my alt account to keep an eye on with my alt account to see if anybody's blocked me. And I have another 31-inch, 32-inch with all my security cameras up. So so everyone's in East. And the other people are too embarrassed of their predicament to say. Yeah, they've been letters so far. All right, Anthony. Oh, yeah, I came back to this. So, all right, Anthony. I just got online and started looking up Odinism and runes and all that other stuff. And this is one of the drawings I generated. Does that look like the types of things that you would have found online when you were doing other research. You know, lots of pages like this with different. How does this sound, guys? Like I'm really close to my mic now, so I could probably talk quieter, I guess. Yeah, I should do ASMR stuff. Like, okay. Does that look like the type of things that you would have found online? You're doing your research, you know, lots of pages like this with different yes and no. Okay, tell me why and tell me why not. These are what I would believe to be bind runes, where they combine more than one for a specific purpose. One sec. Ooh, V. There's a good comment to highlight. Sexy. Sexy 52-year-old balding grandpa with a muffin top. Hey, Nemesis is here and UTC +2. So, whoa, where the hell are you? +2. So I'm -5. So you're got to be over in the UK. Right, Nemesis? Hello. Hi, Nemesis. Wherever you are, everyone's welcome. Oh, yeah. Charles calls me cue ball. Yes. No, I don't have air envy. Actually, I've come to terms with it. You know, it's hard. Like, I think the good thing about it is I don't stress about it. So I probably would lose more hair if I did. I mean, I'm 52, you know, 52-year-old man. I mean, shit happens. Like I said, when I look for women, I just look for women that are not all that worried about a man's looks. You know, I'm like a 5 or a 4, but my charm, humor, and personality make me at least a 6.5 or 7. So that's pretty good. What did you call them? Bind, B-I-N-D. They will bind one rune to another. In other words, let's say Fihu, for example, would be constructed as mobile wealth. Well, they might want that in a business enterprise. So they might have another rune that would represent their business. They would combine those over the top of each other or in some way to bind those together. So what is that bind rune over top? What is he talking about? Like a bind rune. I hear that all the time and I never really think about it. I guess are they talking about like when they cut like a coin, like a big coin from a branch and make a rune? Do they put them on top of each other then? Yes. V with all these great comments. Ooh. Everyone looks the same in the dark. And that goes with my thing. Patrick Westfall only sleeps with polar bears, but I try to tell him, hey, Patrick, all bears are pink inside. Ooh, damn it. They're all pink inside. Clip that, bitch. Okay, where was I? So yeah, the runes. Are they talking about like the coins? You pile them on each other or something? Anyways, okay, so that's what these look like more than the standard runes. Okay, so maybe a little bit more sophisticated set of runes. I would say that these probably would be because these are for a specific reason, but they still look like runes to you, right? They are. I guess I would just establish that. I would say that, but may I give an example? Yeah, sure. Which one are you pointing to? The one that says safe travels. Sure, yeah. If you take off this stick there, recognize that as one that is, please forgive me, I don't remember the name of it, but it signifies traveling. So if you took off the stick on the left part, the left side of it, it looks like an R, right? Correct. That has something to do with safe traveling. I remember that. But again, they've combined it with something else. May I see your exhibits? Yes, sir. I'm circling this exhibit on the right side there near the second one from the bottom, and it says strength. Do you see that? I do. That to me looks fairly similar to the sticks formation on that body. Would you agree that there are some similarities? I can see that there is some similarity, yes. And so I understand that's just one of these. You call them binded runes? Bind runes. I would say that's what these are. That's what these are. These are different than the standard set of runes that I normally see when I look them up. Okay. It's also been brought to my attention during this case that there might be some association. Let me mark this as defendant's exhibit number 2. It was the defendant's exhibit number 2 was marked for identification. Back to Rosie. But some association with triangles in the Odinistic belief system, do those look familiar to you? Those triangles? Yes, sir, they do. Did you also discover the same information that suggests that these triangles, these triple triangles that are interconnected, were part of the Odinistic type? I've seen these in tattoos or on amulets. I'm not sure what they mean. 1 second. Ooh, Papa. Oh, Papa's going back on. Sorry, V. You're getting bumped. Oh, you guys got to make comments. Good comments. Because this one's getting. And it's all caps, too, except for the LOL. OMG. This is why I love Shibby. LOL. I'll take it. Oh, cool Jeep. Is that your Jeep, Papa? The baby blue Jeep? Cool. I like the older cars, too. They're so much less. Like I have, I like the new Camaros and Corvettes. I mean, obviously, if I was rich, I'd get those. But my 2002 Camaro, I mean, it's just the perfect amount of technology. Like it's, fuel injected. It's got an LS1 motor and, the 350 it's all fuel injected with, cool stuff. But it's not too much, not too much technology. It's just the right amount. That's cool, Papa. With that Jeep, I don't care what you are. If you show up with that Jeep, you're probably going to get lucky somewhere, especially at a Jeep meet or an off-road, whatever they call them. I like Jeeps. I like them all. Up here in Canada, I always have a winter beater, like a 4x4. Right now, it's just a shitty old Ford Escape, but although I do drive my Camaros, it's a rear-wheel drive and it's a 6-speed. So when I put the regular springs back in it to raise the ride height up a couple inches, and I have some nice snow tires. And if you keep, I use I keep my old rotors in a bag. I keep 4 old heavy rotors in a bag, and I run one of those cables, those straps through it, and I connect it in the back of the car over top of the rear wheels. There's 2 child safety restraint things, so I can strap the rotors down, and I keep a full tank of gas, and you can even throw a bag of K litter or 2. And my car is amazing in the snow. If you start in second gear with good snow tires, I mean, sure, it has almost 500 horsepower, but other than that, I love driving rear-wheel drive in the snow. Oh, we still got 26 people, so I think if we go below 20, I'll start getting worried. And I'm up to 130 subs. You guys are crazy. Man. Thank you. Where was I? Oops. My drink has worn off. 1 second. I talk so much. I need another drink. Alrighty. Damn. I don't know how T does it. Like, I have to literally stop to read chat. And Teresa and Goosey, when they're in a chat with 600 people, they're catching every message while they're reading the stuff they're reading. Man, that's good stuff. I wish I could do that. Okay, I'm ready to go on. Okay, you said on ambulance, amulet, like a necklace. I've not actually heard that word before. It's been a good day then. On a necklace, pendant, or whatever. Okay. I've seen this shape associated with some of the runes and stuff before. 1 sec. All right. But again, I'm not sure what the actual meaning of this is. I was basically sliding down in my recliner. I'm almost like laying down. So I sound better when I sit up straighter. Okay. But again, I'm not sure what the actual meaning of this is. Okay, but you've seen those things together, the rune formations and these triangles? I have, sir. You generally agree with me they appear to be associated? I would say there's some association there. Okay, but I'm not sure what it would be. It just happens that defendant's exhibit 1 has 3 of these triangles on it. I actually wasn't paying attention a lot of attention to that. But do you agree with me that there's similar formation at the bottom of the defendant's 1? Yeah, it says valnut. Do you think the K is valnut? Valnut? Probably valnut. Like a walnut. A walnut with a V and a K. Ooh, it's a V. Oh, I was thinking V, it's V, but it's not. I was thinking V's name was Val for a second. Like, that would be funny. Or a V nut. Definitely a V nut. Do you or have you discovered in the course of your research? I'm going to say that horns are also a part of this belief system. By horns, like Viking horns, or like the drinking or blowing horns. Well, any kind of horns, frankly. I'm not talking about car horns. We're talking about horns on animals or, depictions of Vikings, things of that nature. I remember at the event where Brian James and his friends were at, there were some people that they appeared to be cow horns stuffed in a holder on their belts. Not all of them, but a few of them. It looked like they had been used for drinking cups or something like that. Well, what was the guy that was in the whatever those were, the January 6th things? What was his name again? He had the horn helmet thing on and was wearing a flag, and he had that big staff. I'm sure you guys remember him. First one, put his name in the chat, wins a half-empty box. I use a half-used box of tissues. Right. What was his name again? Viking Man or something? Nobody? Anybody? The guy from the January 6th thing. He became super popular. The Viking guy. Okay, did you discover any other association between horns and this Odinism during your research or your experiences with this? Come on, guys. That's going to drive me nuts now. Okay. I did not, but I've never looked for it. Okay. Did you at any time communicate with the chief of police of Beverly Shores? No, sir. That's his real name, but what were they calling him? The guy with from the January 6th riots way back when, he was like the Viking guy. He became like the center of it all or something. Was it? No, they didn't call him Q or I believe that's probably his name, but I thought they called him something like Viking guy or something. Thor? No. No. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yep. That's probably it. The Viking shaman. Yeah. Yes. Well, on one of them. I think that was a different guy that sat at the desk and took a poop in the drawer. Yeah, it was the other guy. It's probably his real name, Jacob Chansley, and they called him the Viking shaman or something. Okay, so I think we're going to go with that, unless somebody comes up with a better one. We're going to have to give V back the screen. Where are you? V, taking it back, the highlight of the day comment. Here she comes, because you're a bit behind. Viking shaman. V wins the half-used box of tissues. If you ever get up here to Mississauga near Toronto, you can get your half-used box of tissues. That doesn't sound familiar. Not at all. Is that in Indiana town? Presumably, yes. I haven't looked it up on the map, but one of the detectives was working up there as well. That was on this case. No, I have not, sir. Did anybody ever share with you any kind of slideshows or any other kind of organized information regarding Odinism? No, sir. As a part of this investigation? No, sir. One sec, guys. Sorry. Ooh, I should try to be more serious. We're getting down to 23 people. Oh man. Are you guys having fun? You want me to continue on, or you want to do something else? Or because I'm kind of enjoying this reading. I feel like if this is new, it's neat. But also, even if I've read it, all of these, I always learn something new each time. So again, code word. Ooh, Nicole and her pasty white thumbs says thumbs up. So again, guys, if you ever want me to take a break, code word pause. If you type pause in, I'll stop and figure out what you want. But don't abuse that privilege. Don't make me pause for ridiculous stuff. But ooh, I'm just glad you're on, Shibby. So even if it's just you, I will ride all night long with, ooh, sorry, V, you're getting bumped out. Bye-bye, Viking shaman, and hello, ride or die. Keep reading. Ooh, here we are. All right, guys. Ooh, now her pasty white fingers are in chat. Oh, it's better than that big green cactus. That's coming soon, I bet. Because it's funny, before they gave us the finger emoji, back in, I guess, iPhones came out in 2010. So I used to use emojis like that. Nicole can put it in chat, the cactus. So I would put the two cactuses on each side of a smiley face or whatever to, it looked like the finger, but then I guess I don't know when, but it wasn't there in the beginning back in 2010 because I bought my kids and myself and my kids, we bought iPhone 3G or 3GS, and I love those. They were so comfy and smooth on the back. The old iPhone 3Gs, I kept them all too, so they're really fun to play with. Just to go back, and I can also show you what iOS like 3.1.2 was, and basically just a shitty camera, a calculator, and you can check your email and maybe go on, the internet, play a couple of Angry Birds or something silly. Oh, Farmer. Hey, buddy. Welcome. Derek Farmer's here. Oh, I'll tell you, Nature Love, on the 20th, Charles is going to have a live stream, and it's going to star Nicole Watt, Sweet Southern, in chat, and myself, and one other person. Charles, if you give me a thumbs up, I will mention that other person's name. And so it's Nicole, me, and Charles on his show will be, if anyone wants to drop his link in there, on the 20th will be a whole show about flora, because it's the anniversary, sadly. And I'm not up to it, but Nicole is really tripling down on preparing, and she's been sending me all her notes, and she has beautiful handwriting, and wait till I wreck them up and send back my questions. You're going to hate me. I hope you have copies of all that. I'm just kidding, because they're photos, they're screenshots. So. You're not actually mailing me the real notes. So, Charles, do I get the thumbs up to mention the other person? Oh, not yet. Okay, I won't. You let me know when. But anyways, it's on the 20th. So, I mean, if you guys, how many days away is that? Today is the 17th. Ooh, so you only have 3 more days. I mean, tickets were going to run out. For Charles's, although you don't have to buy tickets, it's probably better to get in and make sure you're subscribed to Charles, because when the actual day comes and Charles goes live, basically the servers are going to melt, and it's going to be so jammed up. So you really want to get in there early. I'm just kidding. Is it on there? Ooh, it'll be on Charles's. Maybe if Charles will let me. Good point. Yeah, because I'll be part of the star. I wonder if Charles will let me. Will be okay if I dual stream it to my chat. Charles, would that be okay? Good reminder, Nature Love. Charles is okay with that? I bet he will be. OFC. What does that mean? OFC. OFC? I'm 52 years old. What's that mean? OFC. OFC. Of course. What? OFC is of course? Wouldn't it just be OC? Okay. Yes. Baldy, cue ball. Thank you very much. All right. I'll go back. 23 people. Oh, we're losing them. Okay. Mr. Razi, give me a few minutes here. I'm going to mark defendant's exhibit number 3. Mr. Razi, earlier we were talking about, I think I used the phrase good and evil. Let me hand you what's been marked as 3. Again, I just did this on my internet searches. It's not any high-end FBI stuff here. Would you agree with me that that 3 represents the kind of runes we've been talking about today in one form or the other? I would agree that. I'm familiar with the top 3 rows. I'm not familiar at all with any of these on the bottom. The bottom row? Okay. Yeah, I've seen the top rows before in various forms, but I haven't seen these before. You mean as you sit here today, you can distinguish between the ones you've seen and the ones you haven't in the past? Does everybody know, if anybody's come late and they ever want a recap, I believe this is still Rozzy talking to an undercover agent of 37 years that helps gather informants for the Indiana State Police. So he's like a secret agent of 37 years. I'm not sure if he's retired yet or what, but so his name's redacted unless they slipped up and put Anthony earlier. They did say Anthony, or that could have been somebody in the court. So I'm not sure. So that's what's happening here if you came late. Rozzy, the defense, one of the defense lawyers, is doing a deposition on a secret agent of the IDOC of 37 years, he says. So, okay, good. And again, each of these may be drawn a little bit differently, but these are normally divided by 3, and this is the first line, second line, and third line. Again, I have no idea what the fourth line might be. Ooh, also, if you guys ever want, I'll put in the chat. I should do this more often. I'm sorry. I should pin this one to the top. This is directly, if you want to go get those 1,200 pages, that link will take you to the one that came from the Fox story, but that'll open you up to write what I'm reading. And if you do it in Google Chrome, you can download it as a PDF and always have it on your computer, or just keep that link and open it. I mean, it's tiny. It's not even that big. I can download it again while we're doing this. I should not do that. Man, that could have been dangerous. I'll do that on a different screen. Anyways, it's only a PDF, so it's tiny. Ooh, I should never do that. Imagine that box came up and I had a bunch of weird downloads. Luckily, there was nothing there, but like, that would have been funny. That's what that's one of my biggest fears. To out myself as a guy who likes hot babes in swimming suits or yoga pants or any workout clothing at all. I think it's pretty hot. Well, when I was doing this search and my own research, frankly, obviously the things that jumped out at me other than the runes themselves were the comments here. Do you see all those comments, all these comments? I do. And they are clearly associated with whoever made this clearly is in some ways communicating about supremacist groups, right? It would appear so, sir. So this is consistent with the kind of, I guess, what I would call the evil side of this Odinism that you talked about earlier, right? 1 second. Be right back. Oh, you see those numbers jump up? It's like when I talk about weird personal stuff too, the numbers start going up. So you guys are weird yourselves. So it would be consistent with one side of it, yes? Okay. And so it's not surprising to you that I found this online because you are familiar with this kind of stuff exists out there, right? Absolutely, sir. In other words, I'm not piecing two things together that you are not creatively here. No. Okay. All right. Let me hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 3. Just take a look at that. We've tossed that around over the last couple of weeks. I'll tell you what it is in a minute. But just take a look at it. All right. So if I represented to you, or I'm representing to you, that the side-by-side images, the left image is an image that was taken off of Brad Holder's website or Facebook page, who's a suspect in this case, or was, do you have any reason to disbelieve that? 1 second, I got to sit up straight. Okay. I'm like sitting like perfectly straight up now. I was almost laying down, legs all curved up in my shitty recliner. Okay, so no, sir. The name Holder actually appears on the picture. Did I miss something? No, I read all that. Right? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I saw that. So then, thank you. So then on the right, the image on the right is kind of the maybe not so clear image of what was otherwise one eye. Do you generally agree those are one and the same, just different lighting? They appear to be. All right. So as you look at those, just, with your background knowledge that you have, do you see similarities between those side by sides? I see an upright stave and two horizontals coming out. I mean, I see an upright stave. Is that a word? Never heard before. Upright stave and two horizontals coming out. So there's 3 lines on each one, and they're all in a similar position, right? Correct. So there's some similarities in the resect, in that respect, without a P. That's correct. I understand you don't have any context for where that photo, when it was taken, where it came from, and all that. None, sir. Not, but just at first glance, is it obvious that those two things seem similar? There are some similarities, yes. Okay, let me hand you what's been marked as K and L. Take a look at those two images, if you would, and let me know when you've looked at them. I've looked at them. Have you ever seen those before? No, sir. Okay, they're obviously just paintings or some type of, artistic creation of a body hanging upside down. Do you agree with that? Yes, sir. Okay, and if I just told you that those were pulled from the same suspect's website or Facebook page, I'm sounding like an old man we referenced on the side by side earlier. Would you have any reason to disbelieve that? I would not. It even says Brad up here at the top. Okay, so which exhibit are you pointing to? Okay, all right. So in looking at those, I'm more interested in the mark at the bottom center. Do you see that mark there, the red mark that exists? I do. And I know it's a little difficult to see, but would you agree with me that also that I hate when they write that. Would you agree with me that that also is would you agree with me that it's also a very similar to the mark that's on the tree in exhibit I or 1? So I'm going to say 1. Similar formation? I would not. Ooh, down to 16. Focus, dude, focus. You're losing them. You disagree with that? I do. Okay, tell me why. You still have the same central stave. So stave must be a word. Can you guys find out what that is? Stave. Why do I not know stave? Anybody want to Google that and type in what it is? Or they have the same central stave, but on this one, they point up, and this one, they point down, which a difference in this would be a different rune. I'd have to look it up, but it starts with A. Okay, but it's not the same representation. If we are looking at strictly rune formations, that is not the same as that. Okay, fair. Let's start with that. So do you agree with me that it appears to be a rune formation? It very well could be, yes. And then if I hand you defendant's exhibit number 2, which we looked at earlier, again, these are just things I pulled off the internet. Would you agree with me that there are other, what I'm going to loosely refer to as F formations, letter F formations that are similar to the one in exhibit L? Yes. So may not be the exact same one on the tree, but it appears to be a formation that's recognized in this particular Odinistic alphabet or whatever we want to call it, right? Yes, sir. One sec. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. I switched back to a cold drink. Is cold drink, what's better, you guys, for talking so much like these, like a human talks to other humans, which I haven't been very human the last 10 years. So should I be drinking cold? I guess it does feel good. So let me just catch up on chat. Oh, back above 20. Okay, we're doing good. Don't screw it up now. Mm-hmm. Yes, There we go. Well, I'll put that up for you. Sure. I don't care what, as long as, for me, if you don't hurt kids or animals and you don't break the law, I guess, I'm not all worried about what people do behind closed doors. Consenting. Just don't hurt kids or animals. Be willing to change your mind in light of new evidence. Let other people have their own opinions too and respect that. And even if we don't agree on anything, we can agree on going to have a beer and a couple laughs. Damn, I lost it. Where is it? StreamYard sucks. The emojis are tiny too. I was looking for Nicole's comment. Oh, there we are. Yes, we are very inclusive here. No, I mean, I have both drinks, but I feel the cold is nicer for my throat when it gets like this, you know. Although I've been on 2 hours and 2:13. OMG. Does that, what the fuck? It says 2:13 on StreamYard. It says 2:13. I've been on 2 hours and 13 minutes on StreamYard. I could show you that. There. Boom. You see it? That was my other, because my TV's below, so it should show up for you any second, I guess, on YouTube. I'm a bit ahead of you. And here it comes. I can feel it. I wonder if it works because I'm sharing that whole screen. So what I did was I grabbed my Google browser and pulled it up from the screen below because maybe it's not working that way. I thought it worked. Oh well. Okay. Oh shit. 28 people. Holy shit. I better focus. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Did you let me get back to this Brian James thing? Because I'm kind of interested. Yes, sir. Is there any geographic area in the state where any of these people that you dealt with, the Brian James Webb, are located? I can only go off what I knew when I was looking into them, and I believe that some of that has changed over the years. Was that it? I thought I saw it in the corner of my eye. And I believe that some of that has changed over the years. The American Guard was the group that we were looking into that actually had officers in several states and different groups. But again, they were centered here in Indiana. Brian lived in Danville, Indiana. Since we looked into him back then, he's gone through a divorce. I don't know if he still lives there. They pretty well erased all of their open source social media, so we don't have the easy access to look to see where they might be now. I didn't think this was going to be so long, but I'm ride or die because Let It Be 21 is working and I need to entertain her. So I'm doing that, and all of you. I don't know if the out-of-state chapters are still even up and running. Anywhere else in the state that you are familiar with that pockets of these groups might exist? Anywhere else in the state that you are familiar with that pockets of these groups? You can't put an apostrophe in there for me? Come on. I mean, like a little comma break. Anything familiar? I don't know the answer to your question. Usually when they had gatherings or events, they were always at Brian's house. So I don't know where else they might have been throughout the state, sir. Did you know them to be involved with any kind of ritualistic activities when they did have gatherings or events? I don't know what they were doing. I know at one point they were having a barbecue for many people that attended the Second Amendment rally. I did not attend. All right. You don't know anything else in terms of ritualistic activities? Nope. We've driven past there when Brian's had gatherings, but there's a fence around the backyard. I have no idea what was going on behind there. I'm sure it was all up to par or whatever. Nothing illegal going on behind that fence. I had another question and it escaped my mind. So just give me a minute. May I revisit something? Sure. You asked about horns earlier. Yes. At one point, there were pictures on open source social media. Open source. Why is he saying that? Just like because they didn't have it locked down as in friends only, but open source is like for code, computer code, or open source is like when those people make stuff like those computer programs, and instead of charging people, they just give it away for free. I believe that's what open source means. So he's using it wrong. This cop, although he's probably in his 70s, 60s at least. So at one point, there were pictures on open source social media of Brian James and several of the people at the event drinking from a horn, but I'm not sure what significance that has. In your independent research, did you ever find any connection between Odinism and horns? Not that I know of, but again, I've never researched that aspect of it, sir, although now I'm curious. I'm going to take a break for a second. Ooh, this would be good. Sure. There's still another question lingering, but I'm going to talk to Andy and maybe that'll help me. Ooh, let's take a recess ourselves. I'm going to get a drink. I'm going to come back and talk with my 24 groupies, well, 23, because I'm definitely one of them on my other alt account spying on you guys. And you can't block it because you don't know what that account is. And it has super mod powers. So, because I do that just in case anyone blocks my sweet dude Shibby. Trolls do that. They come in and block your name so you can't see them. But I'm watching on a third monitor and I see it all. And I can see the StreamYard chat. So if there's somebody shows up in this chat that's not in StreamYard, then I know they have my sweet dude Shibby blocked. And I'll keep extra attention on them. So what I was going to do is get a drink. And I'll be right back. Well, not get a drink, just take a drink. So 1 sec. Here we are. I'm back. Shibby's watching you. Yes. Playing the horn. No, not the trombone, but rather the antelope. There we go. Derek Farmer. Hey, Bob, did you bring the yak horn? Which one do I want? Spy this. Drink your drinks on the mic. No, I don't want you to hear that. Because I'm close. I'm real close. I'm like, boom. I could almost lick the mic. You hear that? I'm like real close to my mic. Where is it? Which one do I like? I like the Bob one because actually, technically, that's my real name, Bob. I'll tell you that. I was born Robert. I grew up Bobby, and I'm basically a Bob. And like I always say, I have the plumber's crack to prove it. So if I ever fix a leak under your sink, as a true and blue Bob, the plumber, but I do HVAC and electrical, and I play with RC cars, and I do security. I'm just a regular old Bob, B-O-B. So there we go. Hey, Bob, did you bring the yak horn? Yakety yak, don't talk back. You would never. I'm not in Canada. Well, you guys should come on up here, in the winter, even in the winter. Like, I mean, it's so amazing. Like there's any hill, you just go in toboggan, get a sleds, those round discs, or, you just slide down hills all day. And when it's really cold, the rivers freeze up so you can, or the canals, and you can skate like, 10 miles in one direction, skating up, and how usually at a rink or you kind of have to go around in oval circle things. But when you're public skating on a river or lake, man, you just keep going and going and going. And we have people, they always they're making sure it's safe to go on, and they mark it off. If it's too thin, you can't, they have it all cordoned off if it's too thin. But once you start getting like -30 with the wind chill, you can skate right up, right up a whole river. It's fun. They put hot chocolate stands and all along the way, and you can stop and get stuff, and it's really cool. Or just cross country skiing, downhill skiing, skating. What else is there to do in the winter? The best is building snow forts. What am I doing? Okay, I'm back on track. Oh shit, 29 people. Maybe you guys like me jabbering on about stupid shit. We're up to 29 now. 29 people, and I'm one of them, so at least 28. And as Charles says, we can assume there's some incognitos that aren't showing up. So man, there's at least possibly 30 of my groupies here. So thank you. I'm truly honored. What time is it? 1:23 a.m. and I've been on for 2 hours and 23 minutes. So again, I'll just keep blabbering on, and if we start dropping below 10, I guess. What's a number? What's a number that says okay, get off the air? 15, 10? I'm new to this, so I don't even know. But I think 26 people seems like a lot to me, so I'm flattered and honored, and I will do my best to not get distracted like I just did. One sec. Okay. Shibby's back. That Bob guy's he's always getting easily distracted. Shibby is always serial. So I'll be Shibby. And I'm back on focus, Shibby. Yes. In your independent research, did you ever find any connection between Odinism and horns? Not that I know of, but again, did I read all? Yeah, we read all this. We were taking a recess, right? Okay, so recess was taken. We're back. We're back on track. We're back on the record. Just a few more things here. So let me hand you what's been marked as C. This is another defendant's exhibit C, or deposition exhibit C. It's another photograph that's been circulating in this case. Does that look familiar at all? No, sir. Okay. And if I told you that that's... I hate that. One sec. I felt like I almost had to burp, but I didn't. Oh my God, I hate that so much. And if I told you that that's one of the... And if I told you that it's one of the... why are you putting that's? And unless they're actually saying that, I guess they have to say type verbatim what they're saying, which is kind of funny because it's cool. Like if you had to read this, they would fix all the mistakes, but we're reading, with it being court, it's like verbatim. So it's kind of fun to see their mistakes. And that night I read Jerry Holman's deposition. Every comment or every question Jerry answered, there was like an inaudible thing, meaning the person either couldn't understand what he was saying, and he was like gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. So okay, and if I told you that that's one of the crime scene photos of one of the girls, do you have any reason to disbelieve that? Just kind of close up? I do not, sir. Just directing your attention, obviously, to kind of the top part of the hair there, above her hair. Do you see those sticks or whatever you want to call them? What that are kind of protruding from her head? 2 of them. Yeah, these are about, I guess, sticks above Abby's head. These, yeah, one of them is kind of moving from right to left, in a more horizontal position. The other one is a little more vertical coming from the left side. Yes, sir. Ooh, still 26 people. Yes, sir. In looking at those, this isn't a test, but in looking at those, would you generally agree that at least one of those appears to have been placed there? Yes, sir. Specifically the one that's moving from the right to the left side. I'm not sure which one. Yeah, that one. The one this one appears to be, since it looks like it's on top of the hair. Yes, sir. We've all kind of caught up onto this, but I want to make sure that yeah. So would you agree with me generally that it appears that it either landed there or was placed there or ended up there at some point after she was there? Correct. Do these sticks, if you will, do these two sticks, if you will, appear to be the formation or loose formation of horns to you of any kind? I can't speak to that. I don't know. You mean like devil type horns? Yeah, antlers, anything like that. Sir, I couldn't speak to that. So they probably do, and he's just towing the line for Nick. Although we've seen the photos, although who knows what photos we've all seen, different photos, and if people are getting their hands on them and maybe altering them. I don't even know anymore. My head's spinning. Okay, let me hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit D. Let me just purport to you that that's a piece of artwork that was pulled offline as it relates to this Odinistic culture. Would you have any reason to disbelieve that? I would not, sir. Okay, and so you see there's this must be Rosie doing that. He's like, and so you see there's some horns on the photograph? I do. I mean, I understand the photos I showed you previously aren't deer horns, but you see that. You see what I'm talking about? Yeah, I see what you were talking about. Are you seeing some similarities between those two circumstances? I can see where you could draw that conclusion. But again, I can't speak with any authority as to whether they are representative or not, sir. One sec. Okay, I'm back. Let me just double check here. Anyone new? Mm-hmm. Nobody new? Any good comments? What am I missing? Hmm. Oh, here's a good comment. And it comes from my Nicole, faithful Nicole. Where is it? In StreamYard. There it is. And here it comes. I shall read it when it pops up. For you guys, Holman was probably inaudible because he was chewing on a pork chop. Okay, focus. 26 people still here. Ooh. So it's conceivable that somebody could draw that conclusion. Yes. Let me hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit F and just take a look at that, and then I'll fill you in on what that is. Okay, sir. Is that, if I told you that if I told you that was an image that was taken from Brad Holder's Facebook page at some point around the time of this crime, would you have any reason to generally disbelieve that? I understand. You didn't take it. I understand. You didn't take it. No, I believe what you're telling me is true. Okay. And do you see in that particular photograph, is there anything that kind of jumps out to you immediately about that photograph as it pertains to this circumstance that we are here on today? The thing that strikes me most is that the leg is stuck up through the tree and the other one is trapped under it. Oh, so they're looking at the photo of the fake one of the girl in the purple dress that Brad Holder posted on his social media of the other two people laying in a on the ground with because the other leg was all wrapped up in it, I believe. Okay, so kind of the formation of the body, if you will, or the position of the legs. A bit, yes. Okay, does the fact that that tree is on top, the tree is a part of the photo, does it seem unusual or odd to you in any way? Not having been at the scene, I can't say for sure, but I would say it would not be what I would expect to find, simply because of the position of the body in the tree. Okay, let me hand you what's previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit J. Just take a look at that. And if I just purported to you that one of those side by sides is is a photo from the crime scene, one of the girls, and then the other one is obviously a portion taken from that exhibit that I just handed you with the tree and the body. Does that look consistent? Yes. Please explain that again. So I'm just purporting to you that I'm trying to look at my letters because these are far away. But Defendant's Exhibit J, J and F, contains a side by side. Agreed? Yes. And that the image on the right is really just a slightly different. The color is a little different, but it's the same image as F. Correct. Would you generally agree with that? Yes, sir. It's just cut and pasted, basically. It's just cut and pasted, basically. Hmm. Yes, sir. And then I'm telling you that on J, the left image is the image of one of the bodies that was found in this case. Okay, sir. Do you have any reason to disbelieve that? I do not. If you look at those two side by side, are there any striking similarities that you see between the two? Left arm outstretched and bent slightly, and trees put on what appears to be after, post mortem. Okay, so at the very least, just in terms of body position, the upper portion of the bodies are similar, right? The way they're positioned, especially on the left arm. Yes, sir. And then with regard to the sticks on one and the trees on the other, there's just some general similarities because there's logs and sticks laying on these people, right? True, yes. Okay, so now that you've looked at this, if you were part of this investigation, hypothetically, would that raise some concerns with you, knowing that one of the suspects had this on his web page, on his Facebook page? I believe so, yes, sir. At least this guy is telling the truth. It was right there. Would have been another chance for him to just kind of go against and kind of side with Nick, who's probably sitting there grinning his uh, clenching his teeth and jaw at him for actually admitting the truth. Now, let's start to put that in context with all of these other exhibits that we've looked at, right? Okay. Exhibits of the tree, exhibits of the rooms, exhibits involving the artwork, exhibits involving the horns, kind of piecing all those things together. Are these the types of things that would have caused you some real concern if you would have been involved in this investigation? Can you rephrase causing me concern? Yeah. Does the totality of all these things concern you that there needs to be some further investigation if you were involved in this? I believe so. Yes, sir. So this guy of 37 years is going along and saying, yeah, this needs to be looked into. So any of these things individually don't mean a lot, right? But when you start putting them together, the totality of them means quite a bit more, does it not? As it usually does in any investigation. Yes, sir. And that's what normal police, and again, I'm not a homicide investigator, but they would give me pause for concern to pursue these avenues. You also have common sense, right? Yep. You don't need to be a homicide investigator to draw any conclusion about the similarities here, do you? No, sir. So, Mr. Rossi, I don't have any further questions. Okay, we're going to switch to Mr. Baldwin. 1 second. You guys having fun? There's 27 people here. So I guess I should stop asking that because I'm sure that number would drop real fast if you weren't having fun. So stay, please. 1 second. Okay. So before we start, how's chat? Ooh, Nicole's been up there for a long time. Who do we got here? Related. There we go. All right, V, excuse me. V's coming back. Here we go. I'm just picking comments I like. Where is it? So when I scroll up on YouTube and find it, I have to go to highlight. I have to find it in StreamYard again. So give me 1 second. Ooh, Nicole, pretty close. Ooh, Nicole's burp in the mic almost got to stay up, go up, but where's these? Ooh, quit looking at the. I can't find it. Here, you know what, V, I'll find your next one because I found one I didn't see from my new papa. It's coming here soon. New papa says, "We love you, Shibby." Yay. Oh my. Thanks, guys. Just having you here is an honor. Because literally, like, what is it now? We're in November 25. So definitely in the beginning of 2024, I didn't even want to text with people or email. I'm not afraid. I just didn't want to, I guess, like in my social life. So I kind of zoned out for 10 years there. But I'm back. Okay. Here we go. So redirect examination. Questions by Mr. Baldwin. I want to add to that totality. I'm Andy Baldwin, for the record. I want to add to that totality. I'm Andy Baldwin, for the record. What number are we on? Rosie says, we're talking numbers now. We've already put these in. Baldwin. No, you didn't do that one, Rosie. Well, I thought we did previously. Yeah, we did. H. You know what? I think we also have that other one, so let me look here real quick. Defendant's Exhibit 4 was marked for identification. So this is Mr. Baldwin is starting with the questions. I'm going to hand you what was marked in a previous deposition as H, but also 4 is the new one. And, redacted. So he must have been talking about something good here. He started out with a banger. I guess there's no way we can find out. I'm going to hand you what was marked. If anybody can, do you want me to go back and find out what was marked? No, they probably won't show it in the index on the very first few pages. We can find out by looking at page 1137, which seems to be 137 here of this volume, I guess. Maybe they did volumes in each 100 pages or 200s, because for us to be at 137, they'd have to do a volume of 200 or more. Anyways, sorry. So a whole page, if you're just listening, a whole page is redacted, excluded from public access per rules on access to court records. Page 138 is redacted, so. It's very similar. Yes, sir. Okay. And so now we add that layer to the Brad Holder, interest in Brad Holder. Would you be interested? You know, you do undercover work, it sounds like. Do you ever infiltrate these hate groups? Yeah, he said it in here. He said he was walking along the street with them. Why are you asking him? It sounds like at least, oh, it sounds like at least on that march, you kind of, we will on an as needed basis. Typically, it's directed at one person within the group. But yes, we do sometimes. 28 people. You guys are crazy. Oh, 23. Maybe you're wising up if the numbers are dropping. We will on, oh, I read that. If you were, I'm just going to ask this. If you were thinking after we've given you this and we haven't given you everything, but if we gave you just that much, would you say, hey, maybe we should infiltrate Brad Holder's pagan Odin group and see if we can get him to talk? Would that be a thought of something to do, or is that too dangerous? Without knowing more about Holder and his group, I can't answer the danger part of that. Okay. I think that looking at these two images, though, it's definitely worth exploring. Okay. Ooh, I read wrong. Sorry. I've talked to Brian James too, and he was friends with Holder, and Patrick Westfall is a redacted page. One redacted page. So whole page redacted again. Don't know. I'm just curious. I'm not sure that it adds to it. I mean, I don't know of any way that Brian is implicated in this. I will say that obviously they do share some commonalities in their belief systems, and I don't think Brian had anything to do with it either. I'm going to hand you what was previously marked as S. That is Patrick Westfall, who is Brad Holder's friend. And there's reports that they had a falling out, definitely Brad Holder's friend, over something that happened in a forest by a river because of a problem with a ritual that went bad. Huh? Okay. One quick second. Okay, I'm back. 23 people. Nobody knew. So we got Papa on screen. Who is V? Keg stand. Ooh, Beasley drumming back. Keynote is Brad and Patrick have ties to the American Guard. Boom. Just as I was looking for a comment, Beasley jumps in with that. So let's, where is it? Was that it? Keynote. Yeah, Keynote. Keynote is Brad and Patrick have ties to the American Guard. Boom for Beasley. All right. Papa, is Papa, I feel like I might know you. Are you somebody else? Have you ever had conversations with me, Shibby, anywhere as another name? You sound like somebody I would know. My Discord pissed someone off and it made that creator dox me and my daughter. We don't get along. Is that fishy? I tried to apologize 2 weeks ago and there. To me or to them? Oh, I'm probably getting into this too much. I'm sure you're talking about it to them. Anyways, Papa, my new Papa, you're always welcome here. If sweet chick, oh, you shithead. Oh, really? Are you? Oh, damn. Okay, so you're, you got me there. Is you really sweet chick Shibby? Oh my, I won't say any names. Oh shit. Sweet chick Shibby. I thought that was funny when you came into Dee Dee's chat months ago as sweet chick Shibby. Because I mean, everyone thought it was me. And I'll even tell you that a couple creators that you commented with sweet chick Shibby under their videos, they contacted me asking me if it was me. And I'm like, what? I mean, it says Sweet Chick Shibby, and it's a different channel. You think just because they had the last name Shibby that that wasn't good. No, I enjoyed it. I thought that was funny, and I was just curious to see who you were because you were talking with us a lot in Dee Dee's chat and stuff. So, anyways, I thought it was funny. So here, yeah, definitely get the LOL, Papa Chick Shibby. All right, I knew you. Oh wait, this would be a good time to. I'll take a drink while this is going. And Heather Brown, I got to put out. This is the bat call to get Heather Brown to come to chat. All right. Wow. Trolls. No. I guess we thought it was weird because you wouldn't reveal yourself. Like, yeah, I guess, yeah. I wasn't mad, yeah. Because we were shocked and said you were being trolled because you wouldn't tell us who you were. Over a long time, I thought, because it was definitely funny when you came into Dee Dee's chat. So if we did say anything dumb or whatever, I don't know. I thought I was flattered. I thought it was funny. And yes, nature, I'm still reading. I hope I didn't miss nothing important. Not the last 5 minutes you haven't. So, Sweet Chick Shibby, I actually have your page saved. I even followed you. You had quite a few followers. I mean, I just thought it was weird that you were talking with us and didn't tell us who you really were. But again, I hope I didn't say anything mean or bad. Because it was funny. I had a few people contacting me saying, are you writing comments under a different name? Okay, back on track. Here, let's give. Ooh, Derek Farmer, you must have watched Howard Stern. He knows Fred Norris. I listened to Howard Stern band, even back when he was on FM radio back in the 90s at my work. When he even came up here, he was on air up here in Canada. Oh, there's my Sweet Chick Shibby. Hey, nice. So it really was you. All right, let's get you up on screen. Hey, get back here. Get back here. Everybody, meet my Sweet Chick Shibby. And so we were in the chat once in Dee Dee's, and then this account came in and started talking to us and saying some stuff, and we were kind of weirded out because you wouldn't reveal to us who you were. And then for like at least a month after, every few days or a week, a few people would contact me on Discord. I won't say any names, but they would ask me, are you writing comments under my videos? And I'm like, no. So I thought it was funny. I mean, as long as anything's not, vicious or vindictive or mean, I mean, that's awesome. I love it. Did you make that? Now, since I got you here, did you make that specifically after us for a joke, or did you have that Sweet Chick Shibby? I've been listening to you. Ooh. Did you have this Sweet Chick Shibby account beforehand, or did you make it for us, for me? Or did you change the name of one account? Because at the time I thought, what if the person just had a similar name? Because I thought it was funny. Then thought you were dating. Ooh, oh man, so you do know me. Yeah, because you came into Hebby's. Oh, we've revealed enough for today. Okay. Hey, Low Light Recovery is here. Joshua Jackson's in the house. Say hi to Joshua, Low Light Recovery. ACV was worried about you. He was asking about you a couple times, ACV. And I didn't remember ever since we watched me and Hebby and Dino when you went over to my Rumble. I didn't even have Rumble, and I made a Rumble to come and we listened to you for a couple shows with Oksana, I believe, especially that first one where you had the audio problems, and then we hadn't seen you for a bit. So, oh yeah, Baba Booey to y'all. Howard Stern's penis. Yeah, I watched Howard Stern for many years, and when he went over to Sirius, I watched, I listened to it all up until a couple of years ago. I kind of got bored with Howard Stern because I'd say about 5 or 10 years ago, at least 5 or 10 years ago, I stopped listening because I felt he was, not himself. Like he was kind of being more PC to get big stars like Charlize Theron and stuff to come on. And I mean, I liked when Carmen Electra was on there riding that Sibian and, you know, Beetlejuice and all the Whack Packers. And yeah, I religiously listened to Howard Stern for a long time. And when the Sirius app came out, I used to download it and I would listen to each show over and over all day long. So, and they went down to 3 days a week. So the rest of the week, I would re-listen to those 3 shows. And yeah. All right. So, okay, back on track. Oh, 16. We're losing people. Okay. I'm reading right now. Sorry, guys. Okay. Patrick Westfall and he. There's evidence of that in police reports. What did I miss? Oh, yeah. So this was after they had the falling out, and Holder's wife said they had a falling out on the side of a creek, and yada, yada, yada. They fought. And also, Patrick Westfall told Brad Holder that he was a poser for Jesus because he can't go to church and be an Odinist. He had to pick one, and Holder was kind of double dipping, which Westfall didn't appreciate or think was good. Patrick Westfall and he, there's evidence of that in police reports or in reports that we've been provided in discovery. So that's who Patrick Westfall, he and Holder were together, and then because of something happened in a ritual, they are no longer together. But at that time, they were together. You saw the Abbey rune. You were really astute to notice that it had been cut off, or it looks like it had been cut off. So this is where he's going to show him the photo of Westfall in the orange shirt cutting runes. Now, seeing that Patrick Westfall there is cutting what looked to be, I think it's a tree branch into runes, and Holder's commenting on that. Is that another layer that would cause you to be curious enough to like, we need to look into this Brad Holder person? So is that what they're trying to say with the branch? Because I never really thought about it until just now. So the branches, you'd think people cut them off of a tree with a saw. But is the reason, did I just not put two and two together? That maybe they used the reason those branches were like that was not, like they could have broke them off the tree and then cut them to make runes. So is that why why did I never not put those together? Because I was just thinking that they used a saw to cut them off the tree, not to actually make runes. And again, like I stated, if they did that on scene that day and they found the girls that day, like I've cut branches off the back of a truck and everything. And when you cut even a smallest branch, there's a whole thing of white powder there. So if they're cutting runes, especially more than one, there's going to be white powder wherever they were cutting them, especially on that dark brown ground, because wood is like white almost. So it looks like powder after you cut, especially with a wood saw. It takes has bigger teeth on it. So, I think it's a tree branch into runes, and Holder's commenting on that. Is that another layer that would cause you to be curious enough to like, we need to look into this Brad Holder person? I think it would cause me to want to look into Westfall, Patrick Westfall. I would look into him. What he's doing here isn't particularly heinous, but what they do is they'll cut like wafers off, and then they carve the rune in them and make a set of 18 or 24 or 16, whatever they want. So yeah, if they were doing that at the crime scene, there would be powder everywhere. If you cut a branch 18 or 24 times to make those the coin shape, what do you call it? Wafers. Wafers is a good word. But I think it bears investigation probably into both of them, at least to look at, question, re-question, especially since they've had a falling out, perhaps re-interview. Sure. And when you said both of them, you're referring to Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder? That's correct. Would it be appropriate if there was enough evidence out there to support a search warrant? Would that be a wise thing to do, to go to a judge? Because there's missing clothing that might be from the crime, from the scene that might have been redacted. Shit. So, 143. Page 143. Page I love you is redacted. So there's a whole page that's redacted. So we're kind of jumping in. And even the first half of this question is going to be, so this is the ending of a question. We don't have any clue how long or what else it says. So like potentially a Hagel rune could be, yes, which is hail. One of the meanings of it is hail. Was the rune you were talking about earlier, what you say, something that starts with an A? Was it by chance Anzus? Standby. Okay, standby. A-N-S-U-Z. Anzus. Right. A-N-S-U-Z-E is what I have. But there might be other spellings. Earlier you'd said about an Anzus rune. Right. That's the one that appears on the artwork. Okay. At the bottom of the tree, it appears to be this rune more than the Fehu rune. 1 sec. Need a drink. Man, you guys still having fun? Oh, there's a good comment. Sweet Chick Shibby, obviously you're a fan. I hope I never was mean or rude to you. I guess I was just kind of, maybe I was pushy if I wanted, because I was curious as to who you were, because I thought it was kind of funny. I'm telling you, we could do a live of funny. I'm telling you, we could do a live of funnies. I can be appropriate, and I could be the girl you wouldn't take home to your mother. Oh, jeepers. What are we doing here? Maybe we could do that. So you come on to lives? Ooh, Fishy's back. Hey, Fishy's redacted. And Sweet Chick Shibby is, yep. So have I, Shibs, one night we do without talking about that Delphi. Okay, I guess we will. Am I very familiar with you, Sweet Chick Shibby? Okay, good. I wasn't rude. Oh, wow. Anyways. So if they react to something, they just blank the entire page. Yeah, Fishy, that is funny, eh? I'll go back. Yeah, good point. So where was I? Maybe I should keep reading. But yeah, that is weird. Like, you think they would just redact like the question or the line? But I mean, to think that, why could this show us the second half of the question? You know, it's like they're taking advantage of a loophole to try to kind of, you know, either make it easier for them or to kind of stymie us from getting more information, because it's like if the question gets redacted, it's like, boom, we just get rid of the whole page. Yeah, good point, Fishy. Here, let's give there. Fishy's back again. Fishy's back. Fishy's back. Fishy's back. Fishy's back. Okay. At the bottom of the tree, it appears to be this rune more than, ooh, Okay, because of the way the staves, did we ever find out what staves are? Because it's obviously not a typo. So staves, why do I not know this word? The staves. Point down is, so staves point down. Is that like the triangles? If a triangle might be pointing down as staves opposed to up? Was that the one you were trying to remember? Yes, I knew it started with an A. I didn't remember the name of it. Only a few more questions. Have you ever heard of a guy named Johnny Messer in terms when you've been dealing with these? No, sir. Elvis Fields. Have you heard that name before? I heard someone mention Elvis. Oh man, it's over 3 hours. And I'm on free version of StreamYard. Do I have limitations of how long I can go live for? I mean, still 21 people. Oh, Elvis Fields. Have you heard that name before? I heard someone mention Elvis, but I have no idea who Elvis or Elvis Fields is or his relation to this. Rod Abrams. Have you heard that name before? No, sir. Did you ever tell Purdy that you practice Odinism? I haven't practiced it, but I know a lot about it. Okay, did you ever tell, I think you answered this already. Did you ever tell Purdy or anyone else that something to the effect that they're good, that they are good, perhaps good Odinites and bad Odinites? No, yes, Odinist is, yeah, Odinite is the one they didn't like. Yeah, because I think when they said Odinite, I believe honestly that Baldwin, Rosie, and even Hennessy were trolling the more pro-prosecution side, because I remember seeing some of them read these documents, and every time they read Odinite, it drove them bonkers, because we all know Odinite is a type of rock. So I honestly believe after some point they learned how it really bothered the other side. Because I remember watching, I won't say any names, but some of the pro-prosecution people would go bonkers saying Odinite. Probably. I'm sorry that I'm standing. It's what I do in court. I'm not trying to lord over you. I'm sitting all the time here. Did you ever present any of your to a larger group of people? Like, hey, I'm familiar to some degree with this Odin stuff. I'm going to kind of do a little presentation so you guys kind of know generally what it is. No, sir. Nobody ever asked. Do you know Trooper Kevin Murphy? I know who he is he came through recruit school. Oh, okay. I've never worked with him. No. I could be wrong, but I think in his deposition, he thought that you had put on a little talk about Odin and he was there when it happened. Then he's mistaken. Okay. I've never done anything like that, sir. Okay. Would it be fair to say that if there's anybody in the state police ranks throughout the state that knows about Odinism in terms of, let me rephrase that. Is there anybody that you know of in the state police ranks that knows more about Odinism than you do? Not that I'm aware of, sir. So could it be said that you are kind of the go-to Odin guy in the state police? I don't know that I would phrase it that way. When we were downtown pre-COVID, anytime there were runes specifically that were brought up in a case or needed to be identified, like from a tattoo or something, usually they brought it to my desk and asked my opinion of it. Wow, was there that many rune clues around crime scenes? Jeepers. Okay, I mean, I got to tell you that being on Brad Holder's webpage, whatever that number is, I have it as F. That disturbs me. Does that disturb you? Several of the pictures you've shown me this morning are disturbing, but yes, that one is. So, Mr. Baldwin, that's all I have. So, oh yeah, that was Baldwin. They switched over to, so now they're going back to Rosie. They're just tag teaming this guy. One sec. Oh, we're down to 17 people. Whose Discord is that? GZ WGMD. Yeah, Fishy. I tried playing games on your Discord. I mean, I wanted to play games, but they weren't really games. So if you can update like some quiz or trivia games, I'd play. Ooh. Nicole, I'm hated by a certain creator that you all watched. And he turned everyone against me by telling a lie about a Discord. Ooh. Well, I know who that is, obviously. Duh. Nicole, his initials are P. No, what? TI. Anyways, you guys are having fun. As long as you're all being fun and stuff. It is funny to see a sweet chick, Shibby. I thought that was hilarious. And you came in here as Papa. Ooh, you're a tricky one, aren't you? Anyways, I should keep reading. You talking about you can fix up your Discord thing? Yeah, because I'm obviously Fishy. You had a like the games and stuff. I want to play games. I like doing the quizzes, trivia stuff. I don't know. It's fun or whatever. But it just seemed like every time I went there, I didn't even understand what was happening. And then there was all these points and stuff going on, and almost like these bots would come into the and just kind of start ripping on people and saying shit like they were almost like insult bots. So Carol's back. Hey, yeah, Fishy. Am I still in your Discord? If you fix it up with some games, I'd like to play trivia stuff. I don't know. Even Connect Four. Can we do stuff like that? Play tic tac toe? I mean, I don't know. I like to have fun. Well, I won't reject you. So fix up that Discord. And if I left it, send me a new invite and I'll come play games with you, Fishy. All right. So, back up to 23. Okay. Maybe people like when I just don't read stuff and start saying dumb shit. I told on myself, but you missed it. Ooh. I didn't miss that. I told on myself, but you missed it. Just like the B and B joke. Let's go back. Well, T.O. are my real initials. T.O. T.O. Mm-hmm. You know, he just doxed me again. Ooh. FBD, you're not FBD. Get out. What? Why are you saying that? Do you remember FBD for fun in chat? For at least a year. Oh, you can't be FBD too. Hmm. Hmm. I'm going to stop reading chat. I'm having more fun reading you guys than this. But hey, we like it all. Okay, back on track. Let's do this. Boom. Oh. All right. Redirect examination. That's all I have. Questions by Mr. Rossi. Did you ever hang out with this cast of characters anywhere else other than at the State House? I don't know. I don't know that I asked you that. You said you didn't go to the barbecue. I've been to a couple of events where Brian James and his people, his followers, were there, but they've all been at large public gatherings like the Second Amendment rally at the State House. I don't recall any offsite or any other venues that I had any interactions with him. It used to be easy to keep track of them. They were on social media constantly. Yeah, before all this, they were dumb enough to put stuff on social media. Do you think that there's a reason why they're not now? Yeah, because the heat's on. I have no idea, sir. I mean, were they drawing too much attention at one point? Is that the impression you got? No idea. They were there one day and they were gone the next. And it wasn't just Brian, it was across the board. Do you know about what time frame this occurred? Probably around 2020, maybe a little before. But they used to have videos of them boxing in the park and all kinds of things, and all that's gone. But you're not able to source or figure out that what the reason was, or what the reason why they pulled themselves? No, sir. So Rosie, I don't have anything further. You want to review and sign? And Nick McClellan, hold on. I have a few questions. Rosie, okay, well, McClellan, well, what? Rosie, we're just in a little bit of a trend where you haven't had questions. Rosie's ripping on him, saying, we're just in a little bit of a trend where you haven't had any questions. And now all of a sudden, McClellan wakes up. Ooh, this is by McClellan. Questions by McClellan. So Trooper Portwood, is that still the guy? Did they accidentally dox him again? Or did we switch guys that I don't know about? Fishy would be paying attention to this. Trooper Portwood. That's a new name. Are they accidentally doxing the undercover guy? Or maybe in those redactions, they might have switched people? Hi, Paula. You're never too late, Paula. 3 hours is never too late. We're just getting started. I'm just kidding. Wow. If the numbers stay up like this, I'll stay on longer. I mean, you guys are nuts listening to me. I'm having fun because I enjoy reading these. And even if I have read them, I always feel like I learned something new each time. So, and we're nice to see you, Paula. You're always welcome here. Okay, so Trooper Portwood, who may have just been doxxed as the secret agent guy. Oh, what was the name earlier? Anthony. Is there an Anthony Portwood? Trooper Anthony Portwood? Is that bad for me to do if they put it in here? I didn't even think of it like that, Nature Love. Oh shit. So this is bad? I didn't mean it like that. I wouldn't. Oh shit. Shit. I'm sorry. I didn't even think of it that way. Damn. Because then dumb me put this guy in danger. No, I didn't even put two and two together that it was him until now. I mean, right. Yeah, I guess if anybody that he should be worried about probably already knows who he is. But I'm sorry, Mr. Secret Agent guy. Oops. One last dox. Oh shit, I was just trying to catch. Okay, I'll just go from this question. Have you talked to any BAU units, behavioral analysis units, about Odinism and the signs that are surrounded with Odinism? I have not. Also, I'd like to put in, I accidentally did that to Julie Melvin the other day too. So, and I don't know if I can go back and edit it. It was on one of my very first live or my second live. And I didn't even know how to use StreamYard or put stuff up on screen. And I was scrolling through and I got to that part. And I was excited to see Julie's name. For a second, I thought, maybe she had sent in some stuff and kind of helping out the defense and stuff. And those jokers doxed her with her phone number and all that shit. So I feel horrible because I like Julie. So Mr. Secret Agent Man and Mrs. Secret Agent Woman, I'm sorry if I ever doxed you. And if I do it again, I'm sorry for that too. I have not. So my understanding is the extent that you have in your knowledge of runes and Odinism is just through stuff you've done on the internet, whether it's Google or searches in other, I guess, search databases on the internet. Yes, sir. Okay. And safe to say, some of the people that we went through, they've asked if you know Trooper Murphy. You know of him? You just know of him because you went to the academy with him? I probably taught his class at the academy. Taught his class? Okay. But as far as I don't know him. But you haven't stayed in touch with him after that? I have not. Safe to say that you haven't stayed in touch with the majority of people that have went through the ISP Academy? If I don't work with them on a regular basis, no, I haven't. How many do you work with on a regular basis? 20 or less? And do you know how many ISP officers are throughout the state? I believe between probably around 1,200. And so if other ISP officers are experts in Odinism or runes, you may not know that. That's very true. But how many could there be? That's bullshit. As if they wouldn't study together and talk to each other. And so to say you're the foremost expert. So yeah, if you don't know anybody else, probably one of the only guys, in my opinion. So you're the foremost expert or the foremost ISP officer who deals with Odinism and runes is probably not a fair assessment. Probably not. And all these pictures that the defense has shown you today, they've told you what these pictures are. Is that correct? Yes, sir. And you've never seen, with the exception of maybe one, which is commonly referred to as the F tree, you've never seen these pictures before. I have not, sir. So boss man McClellan jumps in. Okay, I don't have any other questions, Rosie. I do have a couple. Give me 1 second. Redirect examination. Rosie's back. So you told me today that part of your background knowledge is things you found on the internet, right? Yes, sir. I should probably speed up. 1, if I should speed up. 2, if I should focus. 1 and 2, if I should speed up while I'm focusing. I don't know what I'm saying. Yes, sir. But you also told me that you're hanging out with these people, right? At these rallies? I have, yes. I mean, you've been in their airspace, yes, sir. And so you've been able to marry or kind of associate the things that you learned online with activities that are going on with these people, right? Similarities between them. Yes, sir. So this isn't just all about internet research. This is about you going and corroborating some of the things that you learned online by engaging with these people. It would actually have been the other way. I engaged with these people and noticed their symbols and tattoos and things like that, and then did more of the research on it, sir. Okay, Mr. McClelland asked you about other people in the state police that might be experts in this particular line or this particular subject matter. Do you recall that question or questions? I do. Are you aware of anybody else? I am not. As you sit here today and you work, forgive me, but I kind of loosely see your office as kind of like the hub for all things underground in the state police. Is that kind of a fair assessment? I'm not sure. I would use those same words to describe it, but yeah, it's close. There's a lot of clandestine stuff going on that comes out of your unit, right? We have classified and unclassified information. Hate crimes, white supremacist groups, extremist groups, that's all part of your gig, so to speak. Yes, sir. 1 sec, going to take a quick drink. Ooh. I'll finish this, which is all of what we are talking about today. Most of it, yes. So you're in the know, so to speak, when it comes to that kind of stuff. I've had some experience, sir. How long have you been down working in this particular office? Since 2013, late 2013. So, Mr. Rossi, I don't have anything else. Review. I don't have anything else. Review. Are you finished? And boss man, no, not yet. Recross examination. So McClelland's back. Oh wait, questions by McClelland. Okay, yeah. 1 second. I'm gonna take a quick pause. Would you guys be okay if I took a quick bathroom break? I'll be like 2 minutes. Is that a good? There's 25 people here. Would that be bad to do? It's been 3 hours and 22 minutes, and I will stay. So you know what? If I'll be super fast. I'm going to mute the mic. I'll put some music on for you, and I'll be so fast, okay? Because I really have to go for a peep. Thank you, Paula. Paula, here, you're getting that. Paula's up on the screen. Paula, I'm going for you. This is free. This P is for you, Paula, because you're great. So go for it. I mean, let's do this. P time. Be right back. And I'm back. Thank you very much, guys, for being. Oh, I should have grabbed a drink. 1 second. Sorry. Okay, let's do this. Wow, still 26 people. You guys are awesome. Thank you for sticking around. Well, have no fear, sweet chick Shibby. If you're going to be that cool, you're always welcome here. And I guess, yeah, once you get on somebody's bad side as a creators, they probably, unless you're playing me, but I guess I always figure with people, I mean, it's easy to trick somebody because I trust everybody until I don't. So, but I mean, so if you want to be nice, it's going to take you months to really earn my trust. And I don't, especially with people that I communicate with, I wait months and months before I communicate with people. I'm not in a hurry. I'm 52. I've been here before. So where were we? Okay, 26 crazy people, and probably at least 10 incognito lurkers. I see you back there. I feel your presence. Questions by Mr. McClelland. Mr. Rozzi implies that you've been to different events and hung out with these people. I thought your testimony was that you only went to one event that was down in Indianapolis, perhaps at the Capitol House. We've been down there on more than one occasion to interact with Brian James. You specifically? Me, yes. There was only one where they provided security at, and that was the first one. So how many times have you been down when you interacted with Brian James? Was it just Brian James or several people? I've spoken to him directly in a covert capacity, but most of the time it was with a lot of other people around. How many times do you think you did that? 3 that I can recall, sir. Okay. If I misheard, correct me, but you never went to any of the events at his house or anything like that. I did not, sir. And if you did, it probably wouldn't be wise for you to admit that. So you never went to, because they already doxed you twice in here. Besides the 3 you talked about, you never went to any other Odinism events? I did not, sir. So boss man, if I ever say boss man, that's Mr. Nick McClelland. His license plate, literally, I've heard it really has boss, BOOS, on his license plate. So we call him boss man. Boss man, I don't have any other questions. And Rosie, I do. One just popped up, redirect examination. We're not reading the same thing again because he's done that before. Rosie says, I do. One just popped up, redirect examination. Rosie, how much time do you think you've spent looking at internet activity for these people? Just give me an estimate. Should I put ASMR in this and talk like quiet and close and stuff? Because then I can get more people here, like Delphi people that are interested, but also if they see ASMR and they don't mind bald 52-year-old grandpas with muffin tops up in Canada, I could get some ASMR views too. How much time do you think you spent looking at internet activity for these people? Just give me an estimate. 75 hours. I don't have any further finished. So he jumped in to ask him, how much time do you think you spent looking at internet activity for these people? 75 hours. So how do we get back to... So Rozzy just jumped. Okay, so Rozzy just jumped in, but it's still Nick's. So Nick, boss man. Yes, Mr. Rozzy. Do you want to review and sign to make sure that she typed this up accurately? Or do you trust that? I feel like we've read this before. She's going to do that and you can waive signature, either one. Or they're just doing it again because they want to give the person a chance to review, which is good. Like you should always review. You're going to be signing your name to something. You should definitely take time to read what you're signing. You can waive signature, either one. The witness. What would you suggest? Well, see, yeah, this is a cop. See, these cops, all their life, all their careers are saying, we can't give you legal advice. You're going to have to make that decision on your own. And he's here asking, what would you suggest, sir? I would suggest you sign. This guy's a 37-year cop, and he doesn't know what they suggest. Well, asswipe, you should probably read anything you're signing. And if you've gone for 37 years as an undercover agent, and you're not sure of that, now, I trusted you earlier. I'm not sure I could take your opinion on anything now. If you don't know if you should read something you're going to sign your name to. Well, McClelland, boss man, it's really up to you if you want to verify that everything is correct in what she has typed, because he just wants to get out of there. He's like, I'll just sign it, probably watch. Then it would be good for you to look at it and sign it. It's kind of up to you again, the witness. I would like to verify it. Good. You should, you idiot. You shouldn't even have asked. I think that's a good idea. And further, the deponent the deponent saith not. Cool. Wonder how long he took to read it over. Okay, so that was interesting. Maybe, it's 3 hours and 30 minutes. And it's 2:31 a.m. here, November 17th in the Eastern time zone. So it's 1:31 a.m. Central, 12:31 a.m. Mountain, and still yesterday at 11:30 p.m. in the weirdo Pacific time zone. We've got 25 people here. Oh my gosh. That's great. That's great. Would you guys like more, or you think we've had enough? Again, I probably could just keep reading because I feel like Paula giving me the permission to go take a pee break has given me second wind. Let's scroll through. Oh, hopefully I don't dox anyone. Or maybe we could just go through and pick what we're going to do for the next show if you want. Ooh, August 23rd. I won't say who, but I know somebody has a birthday on that day. Keep going, Nicole. Ooh. I kind of like to do a channel of the trucking stuff. Thank you, V. Cool. I'd watch Shibby in this chat. All the comments to the other guys. Oh, there you go, sweet chick Shibby. You definitely know me. Yeah, I say some dumb shit. You know what my trick is emojis. Look at me. 52-year-old man. I played hockey my whole life. I fight. I fix cars. I take out, transmissions. I do my own brakes. I do my own oil changes. I like watching MMA fighting. And I've raced cars since I was 14, 15. I've done some really dumb shit in cars. And to this day, I love cars. And to top it off, I like emojis. And F those chomos, and I don't believe in the demons. I'm taking back emojis because they're cute, they're fun, and they help you say dumb shit in chat and not get in trouble. Because, damn, over the last 2 years, I've wrote some wild stuff in chats. And with some emojis, people just blow it off and laugh. So NHL hockey, MMA fighting, racing cars, and emojis. All right. Yes, Nicole. He is so funny. Okay, so let's go through. I'll scroll through and then I'll look back. If you guys see something you want, put one of those. If you type in the emojis, the warning, the big yellow triangle. If you see something you want me to read, or if you can go to this link and maybe pick something yourself, I will read it. Or so it was weird that we read that one of the secret agent guy, but we actually found out what his name was. So at one time I was mad they doxed Julie, but if they're doxing this guy, they're obviously screwing up. Might not be intentional, although we'll never know. Although maybe it doesn't even matter, because when the way they doxed Julie Melvin with her phone number and all that, obviously she would have changed her number by now, but just be a hassle. And I have a cool phone number. I took on my father's phone number when he passed away, and because he got it when cell phones first came out in like the early 90s. He had one of those huge, gigantic phones, and he got a 416 number, which is a downtown Toronto. And I don't live downtown Toronto, but I kept it because 416 numbers they stopped giving them out 30 years ago, I think. So I could probably sell it for a couple $1,000 just to have the 416, which is Drake, when he sings about the 6 and 416, that's downtown Toronto. What are those called? Area code 416. And they call it the 6. Ooh, what's the number? 416. And you can have to guess the rest if you really want. How bad do you? There can't be that many combinations afterwards. Okay, I'm not getting silly. So, let's just scroll through and I'll give you the options of what to do. I declare. So who? It is kind of neat trying to figure out who they're. Oh, fuck. They did it again. Shit. That guy's probably pissed. So there's nothing else after all this. So you know what I could do? Ooh, I'll go back. I'll type in with my, because I came to this, which was 1,200. So if you guys in the documents, a certain person's name is inaudible. No. They weren't redacted. No, the inaudible stuff, I read that on Peggy's. That was because the person couldn't understand what Holman was saying. But I understand. Peggy brought that up last time. Yeah, she might have been onto something because she thought they were doing maybe somebody a favor. That's possible. But I also think it's more likely that Holman was just like blah, 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 blah. Because although it did seem like there was a few people that could have possibly been protected, but like the court reporter or somebody. But I think it's more they couldn't understand Jerry Holman because it was only with Holman. So I guess it's possible. Yeah, because Peggy did mention that when we were reading it. So I'll go back to page. Let's go to 666 for these guys. See what they're up to. Page 666. What's here? Betsy Blair. Is that the Betsy? Oh, it's Betsy Blair sketch. Ooh. One sec. Just going to take a quick drink and I'll scroll through. If you guys see anything, let me know. Either we can go read more, or if you want to just kind of, maybe we can prepare and pick stuff you want to do for the next live. Because, man, this is kind of fun. I mean, look at 26 people here. I got 130 subs. Man, this is pretty cool. I'll have to get a camera soon. Ooh. You wait. You see that picture there? Wait till you see that moving and winking and batting his eyes. I buzz my own hair too, so I'll give myself a nice haircut. My beard's longer now. I'll trim my beard up nice. And I don't wear hats because hats are cool. Like if I'm out in the sun, I like hats, but I'm not one of those guys. I'm not embarrassed. I'm just, those guys that will always wear a hat. And it's like, dude, you're not fooling anyone, come on. I mean, if you go out in the sun or cutting the lawn in the sun, yeah, you need a hat. But when you're on Facebook and you're taking photos to post and, you're in your living room, you don't need a hat. But anyways, I'm going to take a quick drink. Now we're right back. Okay, here I am. 31 likes. Wow, is this good? So if 23 people are watching, when this ends, what would that mean that I get? I mean, obviously I'll never make money doing this, but that would be hilarious if I made money, even if I just made some money to buy a better computer or something. Same. I truly have no idea where it went off the rails. I mean, I do. Oh, did Paula leave? Sorry. Good night, Paula, if I missed you. Thanks, but I think I'm going to go to bed. Kind of tired. I'm on the East Coast. Yes, Paula, it's late for us. And if there's any chance you're still listening, it's 2:41 a.m. in the Eastern time zone. And Paula, good night. Thanks for being here. Thanks for suggesting I take a pee. I feel so good. I'm not paying for what? Oh, me? Are you saying I'm not paying for what? Ooh, what's your Facebook, Bob? Ooh, I won't tell you. Although you probably, I should. I have to go back and watch Peggy. I love her channel, Owl's channel, Dee Dee channel. I was in Dee Dee's chat that I'd changed my name to. Yes, that was funny when you came in as Sweet Chick Shibby. It was hilarious, but I was a little weirded out. Did you change it from something I know? Because I was a little weirded out that you kind of wouldn't tell me who you were. So I felt it might have been nefarious, I guess. Oh, no. I meant like from YouTube would pay if I got enough views. No, not you. No. No, I wouldn't charge you guys anything. I mean, if you want house calls, that's different. I'll charge you for a house call. Oh man. But I was thinking like just 27 crazy people listening to me babble on for almost 4 hours. Look at this. Oh my God. Okay. So I'm scanning through and if you guys pick something, I'll read it. Or if you want to help me pick something for the next show, because actually I still have my coffee still warm, weirdly. I still have it was a huge cup. So you know what? I got caffeine here still. It's not piping hot, but I mean, it's still drinkable. One sec. Okay. The ASMR is on my Patreon. Yeah, I'll pay you. You guys are pretty cool. I'd pay for you guys. Oh, something he wouldn't know. He is my doxer. Who's your doxer? Oh, are you saying that I doxed you? So then I might know who you are. No way. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I have to go back and watch Peggy. Who, I could get, no, I think I'm not even close. I can show you tomorrow morning I get my, I guess, an update. Every Monday they update your analytics or whatever. And I keep getting alerts saying, hundreds of people are watching my stupid shit. So, I didn't dox. Okay. Because then well, in a way that would have been good because I accidentally doxed somebody the other day and I thought maybe you might be her. Anyways, 28 people. Oh my God. You guys are nuts. Anything you guys want to read? Do you want me to read more? Do you want me to? Can I read you like a bedtime story or something? No, I do love reading all this stuff. I mean, I guess is some of this really like new, or is it just we're reading it again but we've already read it in the court docs? Because I feel like it's possible we read this before, but I mean, also there's lots of names that are new, not new, but these are neat because you do remember, but we're actually learning stuff too, because the tip narrative, we picked that apart, Peggy and I, for like hours. And it was, Tony Liggett's narrative on April 1st, 2019, Liggett felt he needed to write a narrative of what Betsy Blair came in on March 17th, like 3 weeks before in 2019, said in her witness statement. So if they lost it, and then 3 weeks later he feels the need to put a narrative of what she said about what she saw 2 years earlier on the 13th of 2017, February 13th, 2017. So Betsy Blair came back 2 years later on I think it was March 17th of 2019, and she made a statement to Liggett. It was Liggett, yeah. And then Liggett, for some reason, doesn't have her report, or maybe he does, and for whatever reason, 3 weeks later, on April 1st, 2019, he needs to make a narrative of what he remembers her saying. And then a few days later, or maybe it was the 19th, whatever it was the 22nd. No, he wrote the narrative on the 22nd and did something else. Oh, there was the press conference. And it was all about how Betsy saw McCain's car. Well, she believed it was Dave McCain's car. So I don't know. It is weird that I don't know if that's a good idea. Oh shit. Okay. Hopefully this goes all right. So I'm gonna know who you are once I talk to you. Oh shit. You gonna be good, sweet chick Shibby? Actually, I'm kind of curious now. I might as well. Can't get any worse than this. Here it comes. Don't be scared. I'm not scared. Maybe I'm afraid I'll ruin it because it kind of went so good tonight. So if the stream just disappears, I'm always a bad girl. Oh shit. This is gonna be crazy. Okay. Ooh. Oh no, I'm it's more me, Nicole. It's not it's none of you guys, it's me. I usually screw things up. So like if you give me long enough, I can just screw shit up. Okay. Unless this is some kind of long con, you don't have to show your camera, or are you gonna show your face? Because that's gonna be scary, because I've seen people do the, where they put weird things up. So I'll scroll through until I see somebody on stage. Backstage, I don't see anybody there. Ooh. Oh, you've been here this whole time? Lawyer daughter? Good night, Shibby. Chat. I've been lurking, not loitering. Because loitering would imply that we see you just standing around. Lurking is kind of like, from the shadows. But thank you, lawyer's daughter, and good night to you. Wow. Ooh, lawyer's daughter. I remember what we joked about was the for whatever reason we were joking about magical underwears, right? I forget why, but I kept putting those emojis, the magic wand and the underwear, brief underwears. I forget why. Don't show tits, he's saying. I mean, what can I get in trouble with here on YouTube? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I saw one time where on Crime Night, he let somebody come on, and the guy, it won't let me come up. Well, what do you mean? That's a link, right? Do you have a microphone at least hooked up? Or you got to give your microphone permission? Or do you want to do it another time? Because, I mean, I'm not afraid. I've been here almost 4 hours. And I mean, actually, I think it's gone pretty good. So This is usually where I screw things up. So if you're having any trouble with it, we can just do it another day too. Do you want me to try another link or? Or is the link always going to be the same for me? Yeah, it's the same link. So, all right. So I'll scroll through and maybe we should think about, because I always say that, I'm so guilty. It says I have to have premium. Oh, maybe I've gone over some time limits here too. Is this still streaming on YouTube? Yeah, I'm watching it on YouTube. Let me just turn. Well, yeah, I just hit the mute on my YouTube, so it's working. Yeah, maybe I've gone over something in StreamYard or something. I don't know, but probably is better. Scared, Beasley, scared. It's probably correct, but it's more I'm afraid of what I'll do and say, because I feel tonight is one of those ones that has gone well, and I probably might screw it up. So I should. 28 people still, 27. Well, we lost the lawyer's daughter. 1 second. 1 sec, gonna take a drink. You know what it is? Also, by myself reading, I think I do okay, because when I get on with someone like Charles and that, I end up kind of doing the whole guy locker room talk act, shtick or spiel, and that's where I get myself in trouble. So having a woman on, or just myself reading, but if I get like Dino on or Charles, I forget I'm on the air and I start talking like we're hanging out in the locker room. And that's probably what gets me in most of my troubles. I should end it though, because that's what I was going to say. I always tell Charles, like, we should limit it to an hour or maybe 2, because, but here I am 3 hours and 55 minutes in. Famous after our stream on the 20th. Oh, who will be famous? Charles? This could make you famous. Make who famous? Oh, true. Ooh. Oh man, you research 15 hours a day on the Delphi stuff? Wow. I'm grateful you're on, and Nature Love too is another one. Man, I'm getting quite the fan club here, and you guys are awesome. I love talking to you guys. It has been fun, sweet chick Shibby. I think it's hilarious. It would look good if you could ever get the underscores, like, so sweet underscore chick underscore Shibby, because that's how mine are. And I only did that so I can get both the same. Although, yeah, you probably had no problem getting that name, because it's a little probably less common than the actual sweet dude Shibby. But I thought it was hilarious when I saw it. And 2 or 3 different people, or at least 2 different people, were contacting me the month or 2 after that, asking me why I was commenting underneath their videos with Sweet Chick Shibby name. And I was like, it's not me. You guys are right. It's been 4 hours, so we should probably end this before. again, I'm having fun. It's going well. And I thought by now the numbers would be like, 2 or 3 or 4 people, and I would shut it down. Am I seeing it correctly that there's still 27 people? Or do I need to refresh my browser? Or I'll check my iPhone. See? That's possible. Did 27 people fall asleep? Or there's 3 or 4 in chat. So did 24 people fall asleep? Yeah, it says 26. Hmm. Wuss. I'm not a wuss. What do you want me to do? Oh, okay, so how about I do that? I'm going to scroll through and at least either A, find something else to read to you guys, or B, we could maybe pick stuff to do tomorrow. And Nicole, are you able to write stuff down? Are you? If not, I can write a note. But if you see stuff, maybe you guys want me to read tomorrow on a fresh show. Is there new stuff in here, or is this all stuff we know? Because but we can find out new stuff. I'd really like that. Rick Redhawk. Ooh, where's that Julie Melvin stuff? I do not want to. I know that was actually around page 45 or 60 or something. There's so many pages, eh? And I truly hope I don't dox anybody else, but again, they need to do better doing that. Okay. One sec. On these live streams, what other stuff can I do? I mean, is there stuff other than Delphi that can we sometimes do, like trivia or other stuff? Well, maybe it's because I've gone over this and I'm probably not allowed to have guests or something. I have no idea. Because I do know I use the free StreamYard, so it could possibly be limiting me. But I see on YouTube, and when I unmute the YouTube, I still hear myself. And this mic actually sounds pretty good, eh? It's 59 Canadian dollars. So it's probably around $40 US. It's a boom mic I just ordered from Amazon. And it's like a boom, has that arm, like those old lights from the desk light, has like one of those arms that has like a, and it's just a mic. You just plug it into the USB port of my computer. I didn't install anything or do anything. I just plug it in and turn it on. So, and it also has a few attachments to, you could plug it into your iPhone or Android phones too. But, wow. Okay, I'm going to scroll through. That's what I was doing. So, I've actually, what, after today, I'm going to go through my other live streams and I'm going to pay attention to what because this is after we're going to start reading the same shit over again. So I'm going to pay attention to the few that I've done. And I was on Peggy O's channel. We read some. So I'll write that down so we're not continually. And I'll check out what T and Goosey are doing as to not go over the same thing stuff. And I contacted T and said I didn't want to steal her thunder because they're the real ones people want to watch. So I didn't want to read things that kind of ahead of them or, and she said, go nuts. Don't worry about them at all. But I wouldn't want to steal something good. But I mean, it seems like there's lots of stuff in here. So I'm going to go, and on my note, I'm going to pay better attention to what I've actually read because I remember what we've done. But if I let it go any further, I'm most likely going to forget. So, you know what? Why am I doing it this way? I should go to the beginning of each one because then we'll know who we're talking to, unless that person's redacted. Because I see all these names. Although when they do redact their name, we could probably figure out who it is if we start going through it. But I should get to the beginning of each one first. These depositions can't be that many pages for each person. Page, ooh, 580. Jesus. Holy shit. Man. You guys want to talk about anything? It's crazy. That name should be a scary name. Which name? Oh. See a suspect. Oh. It's okay, Nicole. I was just going to say if you can help me pay attention to all the stuff we've done, or if you want to pick stuff out to read on another show, I'll do that. I'll have a note because, you know, like how we just read the secret agent guy who we were not supposed to know his name. And before that, we read the Boucher, Ryan Boucher, who gave pictures to Ryan Winter, the cop, who he's the one who sent all the stuff to Ryan Winters about all of Brad Holder's social media posts. So we did that too. And we covered, you know, so I should keep track because if I'm going to have 20 people, I should at least not do the same shit over and over again. Because what I will get guilty of is it'll get so, we'll just be jumping through kind of cherry picking and stuff. So there should be kind of some method to this. So at least if I pay attention and not repeat stuff, that would be a good start. But again, ooh, this looks good. I just saw Black Ford Focus. Mr. Baldwin. So who's he talking to? See, I'm going to go to the beginning so we know who they're talking to. And then if we don't find out who they're talking to, we can try to piece it together. Oh my God, 24 people still here. So, stay on so I can share info. Oh yeah, come on. Ooh, so yeah, you can come on another time because if there's a reason why I've never heard of somebody needing YouTube Premium to call in unless. Wow, but see, you guys in chat alone are coming up with some good stuff. So, yeah. Because with Sweet Chick Shibby and Nature Love and Nicole, you guys are like Kathy Shank in her prime or just around her prime. So you guys are all like my little Kathy Shanks. Maybe that's what it could be, Shibby Shanks. Like my little sleuthers. My Shibby Shanks. Shanky Shibs. Shanks. Shank Shibbies. Shibby Shanks. Yeah. Yes, Nicole. See, Nicole, put a 1 in chat. Put a 1 in chat, Nicole, if you agree with that. Look at that. There's a 1. Here, I'll put that up on screen. Nicole says 1. 1 for Nicole. Oh my God. Oh, I won't do that. I just implied that she's a super sleuther. Ooh, okay. Shibby sleuthers. Slibbies? Sloobers? Shibby sleuthers. Yeah. But I was thinking more like because she outdid all of Unified Command. So I always thought that presser where Liggett did that one where he's they're all sitting there thanking Kathy Shanks. Like, what they're basically saying is a pretty much a volunteer or whatever older woman, an old retired, was helping out or not supposed to be reading stuff, just filing stuff. She solved the crime that took that for 5 years. These fools, 20 or 30 of them in unified command couldn't figure out, and the FBI was there. So they're sitting there thanking Kathy Shank, thinking that, this is a good thing, but I can't see how that's a good thing, because by basically having her up there is saying, hey, we're idiots. We're idiots. For 5 years, we couldn't find this tip, number 74, in this complex Orion system with a guy who said he was a white man living on a White Man Drive with a surname White Man, drives a black car, gave us his phone, came and talked to us, came into the police station, then Doolin met him the next day, and lives 1 mile away, has the only black Ford Focus in town. Oh my God, to think that this is even was accepted as a narrative is so wild. And then they're up there thanking. So basically we're saying for 5 years we've been complete idiots. And now this person who wasn't supposed to be reading tips. Yeah, I agree with you, sweet chick, Shibby. What should I call? Oh, you know what? We did call you. We did call you Chibby. Are you okay with that, Chibby? Because Chibby. So that would be like a nickname, Chibby, because then it's we'll know it's you and not me. So if you're okay with that, Chibby. Yeah, Shank didn't find anything for sure. I mean, that's why, because they're up there, they're so proud putting her up there. They don't even see that angle of it because they have no shame. Because really, if she did find and solve this, they should be embarrassed to congratulate her, because it's basically saying that for 5 years, we couldn't, everything was handed to us. We couldn't figure it out. And all of a sudden, this one accidentally stumbles on it. So, Oh, did you want? Oh, yeah, Nicole. If you guys find page, I could be missing stuff. So if there's any page numbers, like, you got to use something to get my attention, like that big yellow yield sign or warning or trigger warning thing. Yeah, I'll go check anything you guys want. So that's what I should be doing. Because you guys are having great chat without me. You don't even need me here, except to keep this running. So I love seeing you guys chat. You guys are some really big sleuthers here. Because yes, Chibby, have no fear, and nobody will see it here. I leave these lives up though, and the chat's going to stay up. So if you are worried about stuff, I probably wouldn't say it, because eventually with these numbers, boom. Like 3 weeks ago, I had 17 or 20 subs. And 130 now. Ooh, okay. What have we read so far? I can't remember because I'm reading it on my own too. So here on my channel, well, with Peggy's channel, we read Holman's Depositions, and on Amy's channel, Amy G's, I read as Nick McClelland. So, but just here tonight, we read the deposition of the super secret agent guy. I know his name, but I won't say to dox him. The guy who thought that the F tree was really indicative of an F tree, and he really wanted the flag holder. And then before that, we read the Ryan Winters deposition about how Ryan Boucher, the guy who a couple months after this crime in 2017, Ryan Boucher is the civilian, the regular guy. I think it's maybe in Florida or Georgia, who screenshotted everything of Brad Holder's social medias before he deleted it all. So Ryan Boucher sent it to the, I guess, Unified Command or wherever this cop on light duty was, Ryan Winters. So we read Ryan Winters' deposition before that. So basically, we read the depositions of Ryan Winters and the redacted secret agent guy who was doxxed twice by these court documents. Oh, man. Wow. I can call you anything I want. That's a good one. You guys are awesome. Still people here. I'm surprised. I should be doing something for you guys. No, I feel weird. Friggin', it's 3 a.m. here in East, and I'm working technically till at least 7 or 8 a.m. So I'm up for a bit. You guys are, this is good for me because I would just be doing boring work. And luckily I have my own business, so my boss is very flexible. Tony Liggett. Ooh, that would be good. Have we done this? Tony Liggett's deposition. Oh. Ooh, that would be good if they ask him about the tan and blue coat stuff from Sarah Carbaugh. Did Sarah Carbaugh actually say to you blue coat? Or did she say tan coat? And did you infer blue coat? Because, hey, it must have been blue because the video of BG had a blue coat. So, hey, let's make this tan coat blue. And Liggett inferred blood. Sarah never said it in her first one or two about anything about blood because Sarah, from what I remember, she said that he looked like he had been in a tussle or some kind of fight the first one or two times she talked to them. So Liggett inferred and added blood. So his PCA was a lie. Liggett changed a tan coat to blue because, hey, BG must have had a blue coat on. The one Sarah saw was BG, so for surely that he had to change it to a blue coat. And if he had been in a fight, well, obviously anyone who's been in a fight or whatever, she said, he had to have had blood on him. So boom. And then later on, she's coming up with her statement saying that he looked like he slaughtered a pig. Am I correct on that or no? Oh yeah, the comet. Yeah, and that's the one Betsy Blair said resembled her father's car. So you know she's not making that mistake because it sounded like her father was a car guy, and she probably been staring at. He's probably had that for many many years in his garage, and so I don't blame Betsy Blair for getting the whole Mercury Ford thing wrong because I think it was the um the Ford made the comment, but I mean, Mercury is a Ford, just like Chevy is GM. It's like Pontiac is GM and Cadillac is GM, General Motors. So Chevrolet. So I don't, the main thing is she said Comet. She said 1965 Comet, like her dad had. And I think she might have said Mercury when Mercury didn't make a Comet or Ford, but it's the same deal. And yeah, you ain't getting that mixed up. And she's an authority on it because her dad has had one. I'm sure he's had it. I would guess he'd probably had it her whole life and she'd seen that car. So if she thought it looked like a car she's been looking at her whole life or many years, I'd guess, you know, I think she's also an authority on the figure. Yet they don't take her opinion and her drawing or nothing. Turns into this hatchback with see-through rims, a rounded back. bubble glass window and hatchback, like as if anyone's mixing those up. A Galaxy. Oh, yeah, Mike Patty did have some type of muscle car like that, but I'd suspect any man in that area, if you have an older muscle car, it's going to be a boxy car because the older Dodge Chargers, the older Dodge Diplomats, and everything of those were pretty boxy, pretty squared, with a big, just basically her getting it right that it was an older car. She wouldn't mix it up with a modern car. You just wouldn't. Old cars have the big chrome bumpers and ooh. Man. You're talking about McCain, the Historical Society and the Masons Lodge? No, McCain wasn't there, was he? Wow, you guys don't even need me here. I'm probably just going to jam up your conversation. I should just keep quiet and read you guys. Wow. But, okay, yeah, you guys chat away because you guys are doing better without me. And I will look through, and as soon as if these numbers drop below, if it gets below, say, 13 or any more people leave, I will most likely end it. I probably should end it. It's 4 hours and 18 minutes. Oh my God. So I will take this time. So Liggett's in here. That's interesting. How long is it? I wonder if there's something quick or short. Maybe we can go out with a bang here. Something. You know what? I need to eat something. So maybe it's best. Will you guys be okay if we end this? And I'll come back. Not tonight, but although you guys are having a good time here. How about this? How about I mute my mic and you guys, what about Kathy Allen's interview? Well, where is it? I mean, dude, yeah, I'll read it. Where is it? What page? There's 1,200 pages here. So do you have these open, Nicole? Find where Kathy Allen is and I'll go to it. I mean, there's 1,200 pages here. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, you still want to hear me? Okay. I'm just amazed you guys are still here. Mm-hmm. So the Kathy Allen's interview. So you know what I'll do? I can go back to page 1 and find out where it is. If that's what, and maybe we can kind of just brief through it and pick out stuff we're doing for the next show. That's probably the best idea is to just, I'll use this time to maybe help get an idea for the next show. Because yeah, I'm definitely better reading something. And I can throw in the odd joke or whatever, but I freeball too much. That might not be a good idea. One sec. All right, I'm back. So will it say their names of the affidavit or affidavit? Wow, I did bring you all together. Look at this comment. Yes. I am the sleuther, whisperer, wrangler. Yes, I wrangled you all together. My voice called you in. Yes. I brought us all together. Some dopey 52-year-old grandpa with no hair and a muffin top brought you all together. Ooh, 154. Okay. Do you want to scan that, Nicole? The snuff? Yeah, we've all heard that's a possibility. I mean, I guess. Yeah, we've all heard that. I mean, that's horrible to think about, but I mean, yeah, we have to, because I mean, to get justice for these two beautiful young girls, we would have to think of everything, even as uncomfortable as it is. And the pictures, I wouldn't want to see them other than to help solve this. Shibby is love. Exactly. I'm love. Ooh, what page did you say again? 154. Boom. So this is Kathy Allen, who's Kathy Allen's deposition with. Wow, redacted. Oh, so it's all. How do we know it's Kathy Allen? I guess by the questions. You remember. Did I read some of this? Oh, yeah, I did. I think. Yeah, I think this is where I was. Yeah, because I said some. Yeah, I might have read some of this. Yes, Apanta. So this is Kathy Allen. Because I was there was a part. Yes, I did read some of this, and I feel horrible because I thought it was we were all this redacted stuff. I didn't know it was Kathy Allen, and we were coming off of reading this tip narrative of Tony Liggett. So I scrolled into that thinking it was more of those. I confused it as, because I remember hearing the Valentines, and I did it. It was my fault. I confused it as right here. There's something about Valentines, and somebody got. I remember one of those Kokomo crew guys or somebody's wife, like those meth guys. Their wife got mad at them for forgetting Valentine's Day, and I wrongfully assumed, I guess. So if this, and then I was reading this, and I was kind of saying stuff like, because I thought it was those which was still not right. But then when I got to here, I started realizing it wasn't them. It might have been. So that's for sure, Kathy Allen. Who's asking her? I guess Nick. Oh, there's CVS. Where did he work then? Yeah. It's Kathy Allen. Wow, yes. How many pages is this? Do you want to do this? I guess I'm sure has criminality and all them covered this. No, I get it. I mean, I know I would think, obviously, the defense probably wishes they could have done things differently. But at the time, I'm still hard pressed thinking how they were going all out, and going above and beyond. I didn't feel at the time, especially before the what was that hearing when they tried to get removed? Damn it, why can't I remember that each time? The contempt hearing where Hennessy represented them, and Librado and Scremin were about to step in, and they had to go to the Supreme Court. Like, I mean, Gull was going to do this to anybody, and no defense had a chance. No defense had a chance. Because I remember at the time thinking how hard everybody was thinking at the time, how hard they were really trying and how good they were, and going to work pro bono and really fighting. I could see many of the defense giving up long before they did, or just kind of capitulating, or not trying as hard, or throwing in a towel, or so. Yes, obviously you can always look back now and critique what should have been done, what shouldn't have been done, to say that the Odin stuff was a bad idea. And I understand. I love, certain people that say that, but with all this evidence that wasn't allowed I guess it is a bad idea, but do we know who would have thought they weren't allowed to present evidence that they were given from the state and all the stuff that was lost? I mean, it only seems like a bad idea now in that sense. But yes, obviously, um, you know, yeah. I mean, I remember at the time thinking they were really going balls to the wall. And, they didn't make up all this Odin shit. It came from the state's discovery, from the state's own investigation. So to think they wouldn't go with it when it's right there on top of the girls sticks, and even if it's just used as a, you know, uh, staging, like a misdirection, or the posing as a fantasy if it was somewhat real. And like Turco said, fanboys at least. But whatever it was, Turco, a Purdue professor, and he also checked with another professor from Harvard, I believe. And I mean, they both said it was either, it was present. And if it weren't real, it was there as staging or misdirection, but it was present, and or it was a bit of both, like fanboys who didn't know what they were kind of doing, but Turco said it was there, and with Jerry Holman hiding Turco, him or her, and lying about what Turco said, and actually adding words to Turco's mouth, saying he didn't say things, saying he said things he didn't say, and didn't agree with things that he said he did, and then obfuscated the whole Odin report in a sworn affidavit. Jerry Holman lied about that, and Gall has no problem with that. Yet Rosie almost gets fired for Andrew Baldwin sending an email to the wrong BRA, Brandon, and Gull is saying, "Oh, Andrew Baldwin, you're irresponsible. You got the wrong Brad." Meanwhile, she's getting it wrong because there wasn't the wrong Brad. There was only one Brad. There was a Brad and a Brandon. So Gull, in her own thing, fucked up too. So why don't we remove her? She stated that she got it to the wrong Brad. There wasn't the wrong Brad. It was the wrong BRA, Brandon. And she even wrote it in her, whatever it was, the findings or whatever they're called afterwards, her verdict or her ruling or her statement or whatever it's called. I'm not, probably don't have the names right, but I remember her saying it was the wrong Brad. So she's giving Rosie shit for Baldwin screwing up. There was no wrong Brad. There was only one Brad. Yeah. Ooh. Man, you guys are really going good here. So do you really think it was like a full snuff thing? That would be horrible. Defense. I should read your comments more. Oh my. You sure you want to? Wow. Like, I don't know. Should we, like, maybe it's better you didn't get to come on because we could probably talk beforehand before you come on, because I mean, I trust you and believe. I mean, I don't know. This is only my third show and I don't want to get sued or something for saying. So I guess if we have the disclaimer and say allegedly or our opinions, but I don't want to start throwing addresses in till we know, or I don't even know. See, I have a thing going across here saying, guess views are their own, or the stupid shit I say, you guys won't be responsible for. But just, Yeah, you seem to know a lot, all of you guys in chat. Man. Holy shit. So maybe it's probably better when we could talk. Do you want to email me? I can put my email in chat. Yeah, allegedly, in my opinion. Right. Because, I mean, it's always, I mean, that's good to say. I mean, Beasley's flatlining. Yeah, I'm getting a bit tired too. So here's my email. Ooh, I'm going to have a bunch of weird fans, some new fans. NHL. This is the one I use for YouTube. I have other ones, Gmail ones, but this one I've been using for so long. There. Get me there. NHL ZR1 Z28 Camaro at live.com. So those first ones, they're all lowercase. NHL, like NHL hockey, and ZR1, like ZR1 Corvette, and Z28, like a Z28 Camaro at live.com. So I suspect my inbox is going to be flooded with fans. Nicole, you can't read? I do have one. It says it right here. You know, be kind. Use emojis to avoid. This last bit I wrote, but the beginning is the part where it says, so for I put resist fear, hate, and division. This is just my little, I love saying that. Choose peace, love, and empathy before it's too late. For empathy is all that separates us from the animals. And it's true. Without empathy, we are just animals. So here, content is for informational or entertainment purposes only. It's been saying this the whole 5 hours, the whole last 3 shows. Purposes only. Guest views are their own and is not a substitute for professional advice. Also, content accuracy isn't guaranteed, and listener actions are at their own. So you guys are listening at your own risk. All statements are or claims are hypotheses, alleged, honest, and opinions, subject to change. So what I did was I Googled what would you say in a disclaimer, and I kind of put about 4 different ones together and came up with that. Nicole's blind. I'm legally blind. Yeah, if I keep doing these, I will pay for the I guess I'll pay $30 for the StreamYard. It'll probably let me have more sound effects and cool stuff. Right now, we're limited to this stuff, the stuff we always hear. And the only one I really like is this one. This is called Into Space. Then there's Daydreaming, which isn't bad. Feeding the Something, which isn't bad either. This is Lofi. Rock. And Night Driving. This isn't bad, but this one is the best one. For whatever reason. Just makes me, I'm not sick of it as much as the other ones. All right. Yeah. Is that a prof thing? I'm legally blind. Or did he get it from, maybe he pays for the I'll upgrade. You know, I'll do that after the show. I mean, if I'm going to be doing this, I might as well have because there's lots more you can do with the paying for StreamYard. I guess with these kind of numbers, 22 people, 130 subs. Yeah, I should maybe get my shit together. Yeah, that's very nice of you, sweet chick, Shibby. Glad you revealed yourself. And Nature Love 82, you guys are all probably way too smart for me, but if I can at least get you guys to come together, that's a good thing. Yeah. There, that's the one I wanted. Shibby said, I've enjoyed sharing with people who care to know. Me too. That being said, 4 hours and 37 minutes. Can you hear me with this music? Am I talking? Should I turn it down? I didn't even think of it. Yeah, I could turn the volume down. Ooh. Can you guys hear me talking when the music's on? So you guys got my email, and it's probably better we, contact me before, and if we're going to do it, because I don't, that's a whole lot of info, and I wouldn't want to, they'll come up here and arrest me, and if I say something wrong, I don't even know what I can say or do. So yes. Well, Nicole, I will go on screen, but come on. It's just been the last few weeks that I've even called in, so I'm not afraid. It's more just, I don't know, it's a lot. But it's going to progress to that, hopefully sooner than later. I can see myself getting a camera. I'm pretending like I can't get a camera, but I got an iPhone here. I don't have a camera on my computer, but I could order one now on Amazon. It could be here this afternoon. But I'm not going to do that just yet, because things are going so well. I will. I'm there, I believe. But if I get pushed into things, then I just close down. I'm a typical guy. You gotta let me think it's my idea, even if if I think it's not my idea. I resist everything. My whole life I've resisted everything that's good for me. I'll do the exact opposite to spite my own nose. Like I can't finish things that I know I'm supposed to because it's expected of me. So I resist, and I have no idea why. I know I'm doing it too. So with that being said, we should end this up. 23 people. So you guys cool if we end this up? Or do you want another 5 minutes? 5 more minutes, please. No, I'm not going on screen. Well, I'm not sure just yet. When is that? That's in 3 days? Probably not. If that's a stipulation, then I just won't come on. Because I do things when I'm ready, not when Charles or anyone pressures me into it. And if he does pressure me, it'll probably be longer for me to come on. So I will go on with you on the floor, but if it's a stipulation that I have to, and maybe I was going to, by making it a stipulation, I will simply shut it down because it has to be my idea. And we got Ducky. Ducky, have you been here that whole time? Ducky, you little Ducky, you. Have you've been listening to us the whole time, Ducky girl? That's cool. Yeah, sometimes you just don't feel like chatting or typing. But just being here and at least saying hi and goodbye. So that's cool. Anybody else? I'm going to be leaving. Any else of my groupie fan club? Right. I know one day they will have to solve it, but Yes. Oh, I totally agree with you. I agree with you. I just don't want to say anything wrong, or not wrong, but I mean, do things the wrong way, because I have no idea. I don't want to ruin things for somebody, or little double me ruin things for somebody. So it's not. So I don't want you to think I wouldn't say or do. It's just because I don't know. I would like to not do the wrong thing. I would like to not do it the wrong way without thinking. And that's you guys. And the only reason I say that is because you guys are so well informed, and you guys seem to know what you're talking about. And I may screw things up for you guys, or Richard Allen. I'd hate to be that person, to dumb old me screw things up for somebody, when all I want is have the best intentions for the girls to get justice, and Richard Allen to get a fair trial and be exonerated, and because I know the truth will set him free and get them justice. And that being said, maybe we should end this. Okay, so you guys email me and we could talk about things beforehand, but wow. See, you guys are on fire. And yeah, you guys have experience. I'm just some dope up here in Canada. So, but I mean, it's very important to me that what happens in the USA, it basically spills over. There's a saying up here, when you guys sneeze, we catch a cold. So, I mean, sure, there's a border, but I mean, it's basically, I could very easily within an hour or two be in the States and be subject to all this. So, and I have family or friends or vacation, half of my aunts and uncles. I have at least 6 or 7 aunts and uncles, and a bunch more cousins, and their kids go to Florida as snowbirds. So, I mean, and we used to be so intertwined, so it's not like, I understand I'm in another country, but I mean, it could very well affect me just as much. And so there's that. All right. So you guys have said all your goodbyes. And how about this? You have my email. So if you want, email me and give me your emails. And if each of you say you want to contact each other, I'll hook you guys up to contact each other, or we can continue this, or at least talk about things before we do a show. So, but again, for me right now, I also just like doing the reading of this stuff and kind of jumping in. And if you guys maybe want one or two people come on and read, oh, that's okay, Ducky. No, I know you're kidding. Yes, we love kitties. No, I would never take anything the wrong way. I actually didn't even see your comment, so now I'll go back. No, of course. Ooh, did Nemesia sneak in here? Ooh, Nemesia came in. That's going up. That'll be a good one to finish with. Somebody fresh. Where are you? Nemesis. Nemesia. Where are you? That's a great way to finish the show. If I can find you. In StreamYard, it's so different. Is that it? No. That's the one on stage. So there. No. Why does this do this? There you are. Boom. Nemesia gets the closing comment, because you guys have all been hogs with all your great comments. You've hogged the spotlight. So Nemesia came here for the Delphi, stayed for ASMR. Thank you. Well, you're welcome. ASMR. That'd be funny. Imagine me doing ASMR. Hey, I should end this. Okay, guys. So you email me, and if you guys want to contact each other, if you both say you want to I'll hook you guys up with your emails. And dumb old me, if I could do anything to have super smart and well-informed people like you do something good, that would be great. Yes, it's been fun, Nicole. So I'll say good night to you guys. So good night, Shibby. Good night, Nicole. Thank you for modding. Good night, V. Good night, Ducky. Good night, Nature Love 82. And who else? Good night, Mimi snuck in. Mimi snuck in for the saying goodbye. Who else do we got? We had Paula. Carol, retract. Good night, Carol. Thank you for the messages you retract. Love those retracted messages. Why do you do that? You're just farting around when you do that, right? Carol always does that. She writes something, gets me to respond to it, and then deletes her message, and I look like a crazy psycho writing stuff in chat because she deletes hers, which I was replying to. So, although it's kind of funny. I'm going to go back as far as I can to say goodnight to people. Oh, Beasley was here. I don't know if she's still here. Good night, Beasley. Thank you for being here. You know what I should do also is pay better attention to the people who were here in the beginning, because you can only scroll back so far. Still 21 of you weirdos here. Love it. That's loyalty, because I've been basically saying nothing. I'm double checking to see if I was on mute. V, did I say V's name? Yeah, I think I did, but if I didn't, V was here. Actually, I can go back pretty far. Oh, the lawyer's daughter was one of the last to say goodbye. Man, you guys, I'm going to have to read through this chat again. You guys are so interesting. I'm going to watch the replay, just read your guys' chat. Wow. Especially this last few hours. Nicole and V and Shibby and Nature Love 82. You guys are so, wow, interesting. Man. All right. So everyone here is amazing. 4 hours and 49 minutes. So good night, y'all. And I will, I will go live maybe even every day for a little bit of this, because I have fun. I didn't think I'd have this much fun. And wow. Okay, guys. No. I would no info. I would never give out any info. So if you guys email me, I would never ever reveal use or anything without explicitly knowing you're okay with whatever. No. So don't you worry about that. I'm just saying, if you guys want to get a hold of each other via email, and instead of kind of typing it here publicly, it's bad enough I put mine in, but I guess, like Prof and them, you have to kind of throw your email out there. But I mean, as if people are going to email me and fake that I'm your guys. But also, hey, I will usually, if I'm not sure who you are, I will ask you things that I know only you and I would know. So I know I'm not being tricked too. So there's that. I usually can vet people pretty good. So yeah, if you want to contact me, and if any of you say you want to contact another person and that other person says they want to contact you, then I will. But it has to be both of you consensual. before I do that. But know that I wouldn't, if I wouldn't just, say anything I wasn't 100% sure I can say. That being said, I delete certain ones, but I delete all after you will have it all on YouTube. No, I want to keep it here because I don't know. Yeah, so if you're worried about, I don't plan on deleting these things. So if you're worried about, don't come to my show and say that, because I want to go, I want to leave things up and have something for people to watch. I understand like certain like Dee Dee and all them delete stuff. Sweet, you can't be you can't be Dee Dee. No, because Dee Dee's mad at me now, I think. Anyways, that's a whole nother story. Okay, guys, let's end this. Good night. Thank you very much. And I will definitely turn your notifications on, because boom, I'm going big time here. I will go live even once a day. Well, that's fine. You can delete whatever you want. Oh, you want to just email me and tell me who you are? Because I'm dying to know. But I'm just saying, whatever you guys choose to do, I'm totally fine with. But I plan on leaving these up and with the chat showing and everything. So if you guys are worried about what you say, you probably, if you want to go back, I think you can. Oh, you can go back and delete your messages too, I believe, even when you watch a replay, right? So yeah, if you feel bad about it, or tell me, I can help you. But I don't plan on taking things down. Oh, on the phone. Oh my gosh. Well, email me first. That's a big step. Oh, but when you say I delete, I'm sorry. Why would you apologize? If you want to delete, you can delete whatever you want. I mean, if these are your comments here and mine, and you feel like you want to go back and delete any or all of them, I guess, yeah, you have the right to do that. That's why you can do it. YouTube will allow you to do it, right? I mean, because I did that before. I saw something, I thought, on the second time I watched the replay and in live chat, I deleted a message where I wasn't a mod or anything. I just deleted it. So, oh, yeah, no, send this. Just, yeah, email me. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow or something. This has been fun. 20 people still here. Thank you guys. And good night. Awesome talking to you guys. If you want me to put you in contact with each other, email me and say you want to talk to this person. If that person emails me and says they want to talk to you, then boom, you guys can talk to each other without me. Probably get more accomplished. But hey, with me there, you won't have as much fun. That's for sure. Oh, I look forward to it, guys. All of you. Anyways, I should go. Okay, it's been almost 5 hours, so thank you and good night. Stay tuned. I will definitely go live again after I sleep for at least 8 or 9 hours. Okay, good night, guys. Bye.